Sue. Thank you and good evening. Tonight we have three meetings. We have finance, facilities, and policy. We will start with finance tonight. Public comment, there is no public comment, so we'll move right along to the presentation of the 2023-24 financial report.
Yes, Mr. Tim Sawyer is here from our auditing firm, Barbecue & Thornton, and he's going to present the audit report, and then we will receive the actual audit document in the near future, and I'll make sure everyone has a copy of that.
The presentation changed. It's up for transportation.
Yes.
Who was the transportation? Okay.
It wasn't.
It was up.
That first one, Dan?
Sorry, we're having trouble with the presentation.
There it
It
is.
should be here shortly.
There.
There we go. Now it's back.
Alright. So as I mentioned, my name is Tim Sawyer, I'm the audit partner at Barbecue & Thornton Company. And give you a brief overview of your audit results for the 2023-2024 audit. So the field work for the audit was performed during the months. We started in October, and we're kind of wrapping up right now, so it's going from October to March. But based on our audit work, I'm here to tell you that we are prepared to issue unmodified or clean audit opinions on your opinion units, which are your governmental and business type activities. Those are your entity-wide statements. They're on full accrual basis, so they include all your assets and debt. Each of your major funds, which are your general fund, your capital projects fund, the food service fund, as well as the self-insurance fund. Your aggregate remaining fund information, which are your trust fund and custodial fund, as well as the schedule of expenditures of federal awards, or what we refer to as your CFA, which is specific to those federal awards and compliance related to those awards. As part of the audit, we go through your internal control cycles. We look at cash receipts, cash disbursements, and payroll, and make sure that they're designed and operating effectively. As part of the audit for this year, we performed an expanded test on expenditures. I'm happy to tell you that based on the procedures we performed for expenditures, there was no issues with your internal controls, and they are operating and designed effectively. For cash receipts and payroll, we didn't do a deepest dive on those, but we do look at those transactions, and they're still, last year we did payroll in a deeper dive, so they're still operating effectively as well. As far as your single audit went, we looked at the special education cluster as your major program this year, and we noted no compliance issues with that federal program. And then the two remaining items that we have are, once the audit is wrapped up, the data collection form will be submitted to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse by the due date of March 31st. And then once that is done, you have to email the single audit reporting package to the state as well. Over a couple of the highlights. The first chart I have here is your cash investments, receivable, and capital assets. So your cash and cash equivalents is about $18 million both years. Your investments were down from $48 million to $37 million. The major reason for that was continued work on the capital projects. So obviously, as that money was spent, that went down. Your receivables, really just timing issues. They're up a little bit from 3.3 to 4.3 million. And your capital assets net of depreciation are up about $6 million. And a chunk of that obviously is offset by the depreciation, which is the allocation of the cost over the useful life of the various assets. but the major increase there was related to your construction in progress on the various projects that you had, including the high school, middle school parking, your operations garage, the energy project, the campus wayfinding signage, and the elementary school renovations.
What is in the investment column? What's that consist of?
So that would,
That's- I was gonna say, I think part of it's the MLGP, but there's other items in there too. It's a lot of stuff that's in the capital projects fund related to the bond when it came in.
So
Yeah.
why did it drop from 43, where we spent 6 million on projects or something? Is that where the drop comes from? Or why is it 40, I guess?
You spent in the capital projects when you spent $8.2 million on capital outlay items. So just that, use of that money dropped it.
and that is the balance as of June 30th?
June 30th,
So you're talking about like a one-day snapshot
Mhm.
of what the balance is?
Okay, so it fluctuates
Yeah.
based on when you put stuff in.
Yeah, what, from our, yeah, because we could have it in cash, or we can put it into investments.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it goes, so investments could also be what we put in for, get interest off of?
Yes.
Investment.
Mhm. Yeah.
So it's not in cash.
On the liability side, we look at accounts payable, accrued salaries, debt, and your net deficit. So your accounts payable actually went down a little bit from 5.3 to 4.6. Your accrued salaries up from 16.2 to 17 million. Your bond and notes payables went down from 40.1 to 27.7, and that's just the scheduled payments on the debt. It was reduced about by about 12 million. And then your net deficit actually decreased this year from 19.3 to 5.5 million. So very, very good, healthy year to reduce that deficit. If we go down to the fund level, now this is at the fund level, so this does not, the fund equity does not include the capital assets on the balance sheet or the debt. They're either expenditures or debt payments are an expense. If you issue new debt, it would be another financing source. So the general fund ended the year at the same 16.7 million. Your capital projects fund, again, went from 13.1 down to 5.7. And again, the reason for that was for that 8.2 million in the capital outlay related to those construction projects. And then your food service fund increased a little bit from 409,000 to 606,000. On the revenue side, we look at revenue and expenses. Your general fund revenues went from 154.9 to 158.8 million. Food service revenues, 3.3 to 3.6. Then on the expense side, instruction was 91.4 the prior year, was 96.7 this year. Support services, 43 compared to 44.5. Really a lot of the increase there just related to salaries and benefits as they go up every year. Your non-instructional about 1.7 each year, debt service around 12 million. And then the food service 3.1 to 3.4, 3.5 million. And just a summary of some of the audit communications. So every year we start by talking about the timing and of the audit when it'll take place. We issue an engagement letter. That was done back in February. As I said, we are going to issue unmodified or clean audit opinions, which is the best that you can get on your opinion use. We're not aware of any significant accounting policies that are used by the district that might be controversial or lack any guidance. There are no uncorrected misstatements, meaning that any of our proposed audit adjustments have been included in the financial statements as of June 30th, 2024. As I mentioned with the internal controls, there's no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in your internal controls. And we've also looked at your supplemental information and found it consistent with the information reported in the financial statements. And the best one here is the one at the top of this page, which deals with fraud and illegal acts. I'm happy to tell you that based on our auditing procedures, we are not aware of any fraud or illegal acts here at the district. Anybody have any questions? Kind of a real brief, high-level overview.
Just the debt on that one slide, which is 12 million. It goes back one more.
This one, or
I think it's page 6.
this one here, where it was, the debt service?
Yeah, the debt service. So what's in that?
So that is our amount that we pay in the fiscal year to lower debt.
Okay,
So that's the bond principal and interest payment.
Interest payments.
and it's still, and when is that going?
We will be out of debt in 2029, 8 or 9. Eight.
And that 12 will then go away?
Yeah, our total debt,
I know
Tim showed you where our total debt dropped from 40 million to 27 million.
27.
Yeah,
So we had
that's bringing it down.
That's bringing it down, yep.
You have, basically, you have, I guess, two, well, I guess it's considered three, because you have the 2020 Series A and B bonds, and then the 2022 bonds.
Okay. So that's gonna come down another 12 this year? Is that part of it?
24, 25 was actually the drop-off year,
Oh,
so
so
it'll
it's
come
on-
down half that.
So you're due, the principal due in 2025 is 5.9 million. So go down 5.9 million principal.
Sean, what does the drop-off year mean?
That was the 24, 25, the debt due during the fiscal year dropped from a total of about 12 million to about 6 million, roughly. It just has to do with the bond payback structure. Some of the bonds were paid off, and it dropped our debt service payment. So if you remember, we set that money aside as a transfer to capital projects fund
Right.
to continue to identify those dollars for capital projects. And we did that in this current year's budget, the 24-25 year that we're in now.
I just have a basic question, more for my education than anything. Are we no longer selling bonds? Like, how is it that the bond payoff keeps going down every year? Like, is no one buying new ones?
So no, we haven't issued any debt here since, I think, 2020, and that was a refinancing issue.
Got it. So that was the last time we.
That saved the school a lot.
That saved us a lot of interest costs. We did a couple of series around that time frame to do some last refinancing.
Mhm.
Now, at this point, all of our bonds are basically at the point where they're non-callable, which means that we will just have them until we pay them off.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, it's not that they're non-callable, you could pay them off at any time, it's that they can't be refinanced, that's how I should say it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I would like to thank Sean and his team.
Mr.
Outstanding.
DeRiso's back there,
Yes, thank you, Dan.
excellent
You
job.
guys and your team do an excellent job. In fact, there's nothing to be found wrong. It's incredible, actually. So
Thank you.
congratulations.
Ton of credit to Dan and our staff, for sure, they do a great job.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Tim.
Next
If
up,
you do think of any other questions, please let Sean and Dan know they get a hold of me, we can answer if they have them. They can't get it one for you.
And I will share the audit report with the board as soon as Tim gets it finished and sent to us.
so we have to vote on that at some point.
Nope, that's not a voting item, it's an audit report done by the independent auditor, it's just received by the board, there's no vote.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Next up is the Upper Bucks County Technical Schools, and we have a bunch of people here who's presenting tonight. Oh, here they come. Welcome.
Thank you.
You guys are up.
Oh, that's great.
Don't sit down.
It's even better. Okay. Is this, you got it?
For the sake of this, I also brought some hard copies, sometimes it's easier to see this in front of you.
Dave, can we make the screen present?
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Control C, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. There you go, thanks. How's that control? Got heavy?
have toured recently, but isn't UPCTS a beautiful space, not only physically, but just the camaraderie? Hi, I'm Michael Rivera. I'm the proud executive director of Upper West County Technical School. I'm here with my esteemed colleagues, Dr. Cullen, Mr. Curran. Excited to present our budget. This budget represents a collaborative effort reflecting the dedication of our exceptional faculty and staff, our talented students, future students and parents, and the invaluable support of our business partners. We sincerely thank the dedicated members of our JOC, which are here tonight, who have endorsed this budget 9-0, a testament to its merits. The budget is designed to strategically address the needs of our stakeholder, again, the same groups that I mentioned, local businesses and the broader community. As career and technical educators, we understand the intersection between education, workforce, and the broader community. Really, with the new substation of EMS and service, just giving back is a wonderful feeling, and we're very appreciative of that. This budget directly invests in that intersection with the high return on investment, ensuring that we provide high-quality, relevant programs for our students to meet the 21st century workforce. We successfully presented this budget in front of Palisades and Quakertown, and our 18 and 0 both. I think Quakertown said if they could, they would vote for it twice. But we understand that we serve the needs of 3 school districts, and we want to make sure that it represents everyone's. We've listed our priorities on the slide, but for time I will move on for obvious reasons. Same thing with our goals. I wanted to bring your attention to number 4. The direction of our JOC is to minimize student waiting lists while ensuring financial sustainability. Last month, you had the opportunity to celebrate our accomplishments of our Skills USA students and a presidential scholar. So very, very proud of our student outcomes. We have
Just real briefly, looking at our enrollment projections, what you're seeing is our current enrollment that was put together recently. Right now, looking at about 911 students. Total capacity is 1,036. And as you see those red dots, those indicate any students that are on a waiting list that are 10 or more. So the reason to show that is that our projection for this year, right now we're looking between 935, 955. Our number of seats increased by 20 because of the fire program that we're putting together. So as you see that, and if you look at those red dots, again, projected waiting list, our budget priority really is to minimize students on the waiting list and get those red dots added. Just a quick overview of where we're at, enrollment projections from Henry so far. So you can just see those by the numbers there. 90 students, 100 students tentatively placed. That number's increased a little bit since the last time we ran the projection.
So is that, oh, you go back.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to allow me. Hold on, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
What'd you do, Dan?
Oh, listen, some things never change. It's nice to be back and see everybody. Sorry about that. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, I did it again. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's,
I
so,
got it.
so is that saying there's a bunch on the waiting list right now, or is that
That's
going to change, or?
that number is going to fluctuate a little bit, just based on our enrollment process. This year, we're meeting 3 times throughout the enrollment season. It won't end for us actually till the middle of May. Applications are still open, and we just sent out the first wave of commitment letters, and also letting parents know that students are entered on the waiting list. we'll get the first wave of acceptance, and then naturally, there'll be students that will decline. In addition to that, we continue to look at the applications that come in, monitor this closely, and look at those second and third choices as well, to really help work with the parameters that we have right now to minimize the waiting list.
So most of those will come off the waiting list by,
Well,
That's our sincere hope.
It's our hope.
well, we had how many kids last year go to the tech school from Penridge? I saw it.
I would say 45% of 900 CV.
We had 900 total. So it was, I thought it was 400.
Yeah, that
So
sounds
why is,
right.
when it says 100, accepted, or is it, maybe I can't read it?
That's new placement.
Oh, they're just for the 1 year?
That's for this year.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That
yes,
makes-
does that make sense?
Yes, now it makes a lot more sense.
Excellent.
I have a quick question, let's see when noticed, like, so there's the 400 applicants, but, placed waiting, and 2 waiting lists, obviously doesn't add up to 400, are there people who apply and have removed it since then?
Yes.
Okay.
Or you haven't placed, you haven't given them a notice yet.
Or, yeah, and like, are there ones that don't know where they are yet, or are they what,
Everyone received a notice
Yes.
if you were placed or on a waiting list. We had 2 parents coming today, knocking on the door, how can they get their sons and daughters in? And we meet with them, and the parents were like so excited about the customized service. We have a lot of different options. As we said last year, our goal is, I believe every student that wants a CT experience should be able to get that. Working very closely with your talented professionals, we're working with your high school principals, Mr. Dyer for career pathways. And you'll see through the presentation how we're trying to expand that collaboratively. We have a cybersecurity unit at our school, so we really appreciate that collaboration with Henry and the leadership. Thank you, Mr. Barry.
Yeah, I'm just looking at though, like, if we have 400 applicants, but there's only like 270 that are either placed or on wait lists. So where's the other 130?
That's what we're gonna get to as
All
the-
right.
the
And also,
presentation.
just so she knows, and also know this too, these are just soft projections because our application process is staying open.
Gotcha, thank
As a
you.
continuous rule, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So many of our students, CT used to be elective, and now it's obviously viable career pathways. And this number represents,
Yep, so these numbers represent students that have taken advantage of the third career pathway to graduation that PDE defines as achieving an industry recognized certification or credential. So we have students that really take advantage of that might not fit pathway 1 or pathway 2. Even if they do make pathway 1 or pathway 2, which are keystone based, right? You have the proficiency, then you have the combined score, and then you have pathway 3. This is still wonderful because these students have taken advantage of pathway 3 specifically and earned into industry credential, and they were able to achieve graduation. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to help these students.
Okay, my part, so right down to the numbers. We're looking at 12.8 million for our spending plan for 25-26. We looked at estimated revenue that comes in a little less than 12 million, creating that deficit you see on the slide, and use of fund balance because we do have excess funding, as we'll get into future slides. This gives you a budget-to-budget analysis, basically going from 11.9 spending plan to 12.8 is a $839,000 increase, or 7%. And as we touched on earlier, the fire program was something we talked about way back in the fall, and it seemed to be vetted for all the levels, and everyone consensus was to move forward with it. And that cost is $2,000 per student, without knowing the exact number that will do it, but we felt it had some popularity, so we did estimate that at $150. The second one was, again, to address the waiting list issue from last year, was to create a new program within the transportation cluster. Again, the cost of one instructor, we put the salary right about 80, but with healthcare and PSERS and everything else, it does drive it up to 150.
What is the new program?
It's been within the transportation cluster, with Dr. Herrera.
Yeah, historically for auto tech, outdoor power equipment, diesel, and auto collision, we've had many students on the waiting list.
Oh, okay,
once-
so you're just enlarging the existing, or creating a new class of the same, you're not starting a new one?
No.
Okay,
So I guess new, just being new to the school.
understood.
It's not a new program that we don't already have. And the third one, again, was an ask of the JLC earlier, in the fall, to allocate $150,000 again. It's the estimated cost of one instructor, and to assess, explore, and develop a specific new program, which will be determined later as we move forward, if the budget's approved, within the current tech ed cluster.
So that person for the first year won't be teaching? Or-
This would be a, opportunity to either grow and develop another program. We just had a, gentleman that's the CEO of Arium, and Arium does aviation. His job is to bring that industry to Pennsylvania. And so what we're looking at is as a potential, as an opportunity, if we were going to look into move in that direction, either expanding our, small engines program to do more aviation for the mechanics.
Okay, so that money would be
Drones.
to use to develop a new program? You
Yes.
just don't know what it is?
Yes.
And what we're doing is with that specifically is looking at our enrollment. What's our applications telling us? Looking at students' first choices, second choices, and really paying closely attention to those needs to then help us further shape, our direction of our program.
Along with, opportunities for our nationally recognized school to work program, and you'll see those statistics. We want to make sure, we believe that this gives the students the advantage in the workforce. It's very tough out there. I think we're at 45% of our students are economically disadvantaged, and this provides an opportunity for them to get into the workplace. It's great having conversations with juniors and seniors about benefits and health insurance and opportunities where companies are going to invest in their future.
Next, again, the facts that impact our budget are the same ones that happen here. PSERS, it was set at 34% for 25-26, and unfortunately, look at those projections, it's gonna stay that way for like 18 years yet, in the 34-35% range, which is sad. Healthcare, again, right about 7, we won't know those rates, get the final rates until late spring, until May. Perkins funding, again, this year we're getting $146,000, we're gonna use that for next year's budget. And again, with the uncertainty on how the federal level Department of Ed is going to go and that funding, we don't.
What is the Perkins?
Pardon?
What is the Perkins fund?
Perkins funding is something we get from the federal government, and every CTE is different how they use it. We primarily use it to pay for our facilitators. Some CTCs choose to buy equipment with it.
Okay.
That's why we have like 60-40% paid by Perkins and paid by local funds for facilitators.
It's a federal program. It came from the 1970 Smith Hughes Act.
Oh, wow.
Perkins 5, it has to be reauthorized. We believe that we're hoping that it will be fully funded because of the importance of career and technical education.
Okay.
What did PSERS go up from? What was it before? What was PSERS before? It was 34.7.
It was estimated at 34.72 because when PSERS, like, they did it in December, like recently, and they said the rate from 25-26 would be 34, and then they put projections out. Because we used to do it so early, in October, November, as we're planning the budget, we have to use our projection at first, which we did, but then it actually came in at 34. But I think it's at 33.9.
33.9 this year.
It'll sort of be back
Be
down.
at 34. But when you look at the projections, like, I may just my own pet peeve that it's staggering that this is sustainable for the state and all the schools, like going forward 10, 15, 18 years.
We agree.
That the rates, we've seen that
Just
go
goes up.
from 4%, 8, oh, won't get that high, went to 12, went to 15, went to 18, went to 21, still it can't go that high. Well, it did, and it looks like it's staying there. And again, that bigger discussion about why, years ago when it was underfunded and that sort of thing, but again, it's here to stay, unfortunately. And that there's a big, again, the state reimburses all schools for half of that. It's a
No, I
big
understand.
State expense as well.
I'm just saying, like, well, what was it last year?
33.9.
I'm sorry, that's what you said.
Yeah.
And before that's what, like 32?
It was 34 the year before.
Yeah,
It went from 34 to 33.9, now it's going back to 34.
so it's been up for a bit.
Oh, it's been up for a very long time.
Okay. So this is a.
It's always projected to go down, and then they revise it and it keeps going.
Keeps going.
So the projections are not too
It's probably been in the 30s for 10 years.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, no relief in sight. So our subsidy comes from the state. This year, 1.059 million, so we're estimating 1.1 because it is ADM driven. Our ADMs have increased over time, so I think that's a fair estimate. The budget also includes, we have some old vans, so we did ask the GLC for consideration, put 110. Two vans on CoStar is 55 each, comes to about 110,000. We also asked for 113,000, and it's not actually a budgetary reserve. It was, I apologize for that, our earlier budget presentation, the GLC, it was a budgetary reserve, but then we had the GLC vote. They wanted that to put into expenditure functions and object codes, which we did. But that's in there to fund our long-term facility plan, which our finance committee just went over last week. So $113,000 for 25-26 capital items. The good news, the total contributions from the schools is 9.4 million, slight decrease of a little less than 8,000 from the current year contribution. Largely based on success from the 23-24 fiscal year. When this budget was crafted years ago, there was an anticipated deficit of a little over 800,000. That did not come to fruition. Actual revenue came in at 11.7, expenses were reduced at 10.8, yielding a surplus of the 896,000 you see on the slide.
So what was the explanation for the big changes in the budget?
Forthcoming,
Like,
will
what's
be
it?
on the future slide.
Okay.
And then we just talked about the fund balance. Of course, years ago, we were allowed to keep 8% for an unassigned fund balance, which we have. And then the 23-24 surplus we just mentioned comes for unassigned fund balance at 1.7. And then we had the assigned fund balance I just mentioned before, that the three school districts allowed us to have to balance the 23-24 budget, which we did 800,704. So if we take that surplus plus that assigned fund balance to balance the budget of 23-24, that gives us 1.697 billion to allocate. Section 9C of the Articles of Agreement, which is the document that governs our school and how we operate, mandates that we use the excess from the prior year to balance the upcoming fiscal year budget. So for 25-26 of the 12-20 spending plan, you see that we would use 827,000 of that, which would leave 870,000 of the fund balance to allocate after we get receipt of the audit document, which has not happened at this point and is being finalized. This just shows the exact language that I just mentioned about the articles, about using the fund balance, section 9C.
What's the plan for the 870,000?
Forthcoming. There's been no discussion because it says after the audit's received, then they'll deliberate. I think years ago, there was deliberations and we asked for some money set aside for the roof project, which was done. Allowed us to fix that roof last year, but for the excess. So I think it'll be up to the JLC and all of you, the three schools, to decide where that
The 800.
$870,000.
Right, that's
on,
left over.
Yeah, that's left over.
Existing fund balance.
You asked, what was the question?
My question is what's gonna happen to it, because the tech school is limited to 8%, to keep 8% of an unassigned fund balance, which is 889,000, if I'm saying this right, 889,000. And after, so if they keep that amount, plus they're gonna put 800,000 to the next year's budget, that leaves an additional 870,000 that's,
Within the,
that something has to happen to. They can't keep it in unassigned fund balance, so it either comes back to the districts or
I,
My vote is it comes back to the districts, I'll just put that out there right now, but.
So, I thought there was only 1.6 in there, you were taking 800 out to put in. So you're saying there's 800 surplus, there was 800, and how do you get that out of there? Can you explain that?
pardon me?
So what, in the fund balance now, there's how much?
Yeah, so what happened was, years ago, the budget was gonna have 11.1 in revenue, 11.9 in expenses. So all of you, the preschools, the GLC said, all right, we'll set aside fund balance funds to balance that budget. Well, then here we are, as we concluded 23-24, and find out we didn't need that money because we kept expenditures down. Some revenues came in that we'll go over on this slide that we didn't anticipate. We created that surplus. So now Sean's right, now we have a lot of money to decide what we're gonna do with it. So you're right, it's 8%, we have to do something. That's why I alluded to years ago, what I read in the minutes was the same thing, the audit came in, and the GLC decided, this excess, let's set it aside for this roof project. And then we'll set aside in our capital fund.
So there's gonna be an extra 800 available?
Yes.
Okay.
Something has to happen to that money. It's,
And
you
what's-
can't, you can't sit in unassigned fund balance because they're
It's
already at their
over.
limit. So it either needs to come back to the district, who
Or-
gave that money, or it needs to be assigned to something.
It could be assigned to the districts themselves, right?
Yes,
Right.
those are the options. It either comes back to the districts or it
Whose
gets
decision
assigned
is
to
that?
something.
Whose decision?
I believe it's the JOC's
And
decision.
it's 30 articles, once the audit's complete, you get that document, they decide. And
Have
again,
you guys
Sean,
decide what to do with the excess cash?
Not at this moment, Ron. We have plenty of projects.
Right.
Oh, I'm sure you do,
At schools, not with that.
But I can't help it, I just feel, like, I always feel this way, like, you know, same as like taxpayers who pay our money to the district, and when there's excess funds, it's not like that money goes back to the taxpayers, there's plenty of projects to do around here. So I know you're saying your vote is for it to come back to the sending district, but I believe the same thing over at JOC, there's so many projects, it's not like it's gonna go to something that's not,
I understand.
you know, needed, or
Yeah,
it's
I
not gonna be
understand.
spent.
I just
to
like
that
putting my
degree.
vote out.
Well, but the JOC
I
doesn't have
understand.
to raise taxes, right? That's the issue where we have to keep track of the finance. Part of it is, you know, the JOC can do that without having, you know, which may force the districts to raise taxes. And you don't have to deal with that as
That's
much.
part of the.
That's part of the issue why maybe the money should come back. And, you know, you put this budget together, if you need more money next year, you're gonna get it. It's not, just to hang on to it without a plan wouldn't be the best thing to do. If there's a reason you need it, you should talk about it.
I will say, not to jump the gun, but last Thursday night, our Finance and Facility Committee had a presentation from Site Logic with our long-range plan. You know, it's as he says, not just a 5-year plan, it's a 10, 20, and 30-year plan. We have a roof now that's 30 years later and we replace, so it's a living document, and he outlined projects that certainly will be in excess of millions over the next 5 years. So there's, as Jordan just mentioned, there's certainly a lot of needs at the school. That's a consideration when that time comes to make those decisions.
What are your projections as far as, I mean, I assume it's gonna keep growing, right? I mean, we're gonna have more and more kids in there, so you have to plan for that, right? I
Right.
mean, we wanna hope it it seems to be changing the mindset, so you would expect that.
I mean, we're not, the max that the school can have, we're not at that, and it would be awesome if we could,
Oh, okay.
you know, get to that place.
So you're not
again, there's always
talking-
room.
You're not talking about expanding it.
I mean,
Still
that
have
would
room.
be a way, to like, some, a bigger plan that you
Okay.
have to like look at, but
Yeah.
you know, I'm not against that at all.
I'm very
Yep.
proud of our efficiencies, and we do compare ourselves to everyone in our county and surrounding. And we're very, very efficient, both from personnel costs and overall expenditures, because we want to give that quality education that we're good. And so that's something that we appreciate these conversations, because we know that there's really limited on the amount of money and the burden that our local school districts are under. We do a lot of advocacy work at the state level to try to get that public-private partnerships and find ways to take that off of then the local school districts, which we appreciate so much. And we think that's the way to go.
But I want to, we're not through this budget presentation, but thank and commend you for the exploratory process as far as like with small engine repair. I know for a fact kids have been down, they've made contact with Penridge Airport right here. They've also gone down to visit American Airlines in Philadelphia International Airport. And there's a group of students and you're creating that pathway, so going beyond working on, you know, tractors and small engines, you know, weed whackers and motorcycles, they're actually getting spirits. In fact, if I may, there's one a student there who's currently a 9th grader, Joey Clunan, who is in this program, but he's also wants to become, I believe, an aircraft mechanic.
The average age of a mechanic is 52, some of them are making $150,000. They're gonna get their head start at our school, like students like that, renting, and we're making strategic partnerships with Arium. I think FreshPet has 37 airplanes flying out. So again, those opportunities for that workforce development are there. And they're working around the shift, and again, the person who we made contacts at a legislator day is gonna do everything they can to put Upper Bucks on the map as one of the schools that he's gonna prioritize to give those opportunities to our students. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. And this young student actually a few weeks ago invited me to go flying with him. He's taking flight lessons, and I went. It was exciting.
And Mr. Mayor,
At Doylestown Airport.
Did he bring up the budget with you?
He has
No,
his
okay.
and this is a great opportunity, Mr. Mayor, to thank you and the Penridge team, because they've invited us in to work on a co-op here, a very unique vision for helping to add value to this workforce right here in the district. Looking at we employ UBCTS students right here in the Penridge School District. Superintendent Barris approached us and said, we have our diesel garage, we have buildings and grounds, we have education programs, we have exercise programs. There's a lot of overlap, and actually spearheaded a meeting with the head of HR, and we had this wonderful dialogue, and now we're putting action behind it. So we just appreciate the strength of the partnership as we continue to help add value to the local workforce.
77% of college graduates said that they learn more on the job the first 6 months than 4 years of college. So with that career launch and us working with Mr. Ketty and Mr. Dyer, it's going to help. And then this service, working with the cosmetology for the upcoming prom to make sure any students will have access to our services means a lot to us.
The more we can work together, the better it will be for everybody. It's great,
Wonderful.
it's good stuff.
It's critical for both the school district and Texas.
Yeah, oh,
We have to have that synergy for both.
I'll add, just to, we talked to Mr. Young last week, but to your point about the airlines, he took the small engine kids down to a yacht making place in New Jersey somewhere, for an incredible, we heard the story, it was an incredible experience for the kids to see yachts being built, and I would have loved that myself. So, that's great. So, in addition to the additional revenue that we received in 23-24 that we did not anticipate, here's where we did help hold some expenditures lower than anticipated. As you see, basic salaries and benefits being the lion's share of that. Some maintenance repairs, which are always, again, a wild card every year. Oil and propane, although we saved it here, we're not gonna save it this year. This winter's been bad. So we definitely burned through that.
So can I
Again,
ask a question? So you saved $1 million off your budget
of expenditures.
of expenditures.
The position's not being filled at the time. Again,
So is that gonna happen this year?
no, I think what happened was what happened when we did the budget for 24-25, we had the positions that were posed last year. And then we're at that point, the only thing different was there was a position of instructional coach, which we did not fill.
Didn't fill.
We structured it, but that'll be a savings actually this year that you'll realize when I'm standing here next year.
But the salaries are 300, so that's 3 or 4 people at least, or is that?
Yeah,
higher?
just like you heard earlier.
Salary plus benefits.
Yeah, okay.
We just
Facilitator.
did one
What's-
instructor coming in on maybe a modest salary schedule is 150, so you can see where it doesn't take long for 2 or 3 people to add up.
What about the Peasers?
This goes along, so if the salary's not there, we're not paying teasers as well.
200
That's again,
teasers?
33.
So that's all because of, okay, well, it's a sizable miss for a target.
And I think that also shows, and again, even when we planned what we showed you earlier, that doesn't come to fruition if something else happens.
Well, I understand, I just,
The money comes back to you as excess. We
Well, that's
find
good.
ourselves to be good stewards of the money, because we know it's taxpayer dollars.
well, it's just, it's, you know, when we try to be accurate, I guess, because we get upset that we think we're gonna have to pay more, but then actually, you made money last year.
Right.
Well, a lot more, and I think it was projected to be a loss, right?
Anticipate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a big swing, which we don't know if we can count on that next year.
No, and then again, I know when I was here last year, Stacy Gober, who was my predecessor, I know she sliced a lot. You went from 11.9, and you stayed at 11.9. I mean, so this is going up, but that's what I mean, things were trimmed, a lot of supplies. The budget really got trimmed last year, because we did add some staff, but all the other areas were trimmed so that we kept the budget at 11.9. So the prior year, the year we're in, 11.9, so 2 years it stayed at 11.9.
So you're keeping it the same as it was last year?
Well, we're not now, but last year.
Or last year was the same, but you didn't get near that,
So.
or you had extra
Expenditure
rest.
level stayed the same, the funding might have been different, but the expenditure level was maintained.
But this year you're predicting a
But
800,000.
we are, just from inflation, the two contracts that got settled, plus the programs we outlined earlier. If we stripped away the 450, we were at around 12.3 million, just with bare bones.
Mhm.
And we were, I remember we had a couple conversations a couple of years ago, Mr. Works, and for us, we prioritize culture and climate and the staff. And so I want to thank our association publicly and the JOC, because they went into early bird negotiations, and then it was extended. So I used the term 5 years of labor peace, and a lot of that had to do with, again, the culture, the climate of the school, and we're very grateful for that.
Good, thank you.
This, I apologize, it doesn't look as bright there, that's why it's better probably in the paper, just showing your contributions this year and then what it'll be 25, 26. So I apologize that it's not as great to read with the blue and black background. This shows you where we're going, where we are, and where we've been. Back to 2021. So this, I thought that's good reference material. I know we see it every year, but it's good to bring it back in case anyone has a question on, again, where we've been in history. And
Can you go
again,
back?
for
I'm sorry.
really pop,
Can you go back one?
Sure.
Is that the historic? Okay. So your revenue's been slowly rising over the years, but pretty steady. Okay.
again, for anyone who isn't aware or sees the members in a refresher about how we do pay for the school. That's why, again, the majority of you know that, but just for the people who may not, it isn't done on tuition basis. It's done as this slide points out from the Articles of Agreement, where we take the average last 5 years of average daily membership, which again is not enrollment, it's tied to it, it's a component, they're very closely related, and then that's the number where it helps you, you don't have a big spike year after year, so any kind of anomaly in a year doesn't hurt because it smooths it out over 5 years. So again, just for those who may not be aware, just some need a refresher. So then we take it to this table that you see, and in your column, so of every dollar, 42.69 cents is paid by Pembridge. Same with Quakertown, 46 cents, and Palisades at 10.7 cents. This basically puts the 5-year ADM 50% basis back to 1920.
Ron, you see we had a decrease.
Yeah. Well, no, but we want more kids there now. We want it to go up, don't we? Don't we?
Well, I'm sure your budget is the same way. We use these major object categories, first one being salaries, then benefits. And the reason those are up the way they are is because of the positions we talked about earlier this evening with the two programs. The professional services, that went up largely due to the fire program, because that's what that will be paid out to the community college and major object 300. property services, that's where that 113 is at, which is why that's increased. The next one, insurance, property and liability insurance, just because current values went up. And then the next one, again, just supplies, software, just normal inflation, equipment, that's the two vans I spoke about earlier. The debt service interest is going down, and then principal was up 1,000, and then budgetary reserve was maintained at 135. And then just a note on the debt service, that also drops off. So you won't see that next year, that's gone. So that's another one, you know, certainly a discussion item for later in the following year's budgets.
So everything is paid off and
Yes.
the principal
We're paying
and
it
the,
like 235,000
it's always
in the
on.
fall. And then that will drop off the budget, or else, you know, in discussions for the 26, 27 budget, maybe we reallocate those to help maybe pay for the long-term facility plan or other situations.
Oh, in the surplus, I forgot to ask, what was the vocational subsidy for $345,000? Is that something that will repeat, or, I'm sorry, it was in
And
the
the increased
surplus?
revenue, see, that's the other thing.
Yeah, in
So-
revenue, you had additional revenue of
Right,
300.
Good point.
so when we do this budget, again, we start in the fall, but again, we have to use numbers then and just cut off a certain point, so we don't get to see the governor's budget yet. So part of that is not knowing what the subsidy increase would be, yes, and again, it was a conservative estimate, but when it actually was done, partly because of all, and you'll see this on the slide coming up, of how the ADMs have increased over the last few years. So that subsidy is ADM driven, more kids get to the tech school, the more money we get from the state, and less money we need from the preschools. So that's part of why that 300-some-thousand
Nice.
more subsidy
Nice
came
amount.
about, because of more ADMs. This again just wraps up what we talked about through the other slides, the spending plan of 12.8, the dollar increase over the prior year, the district cost of $9.4 million, and an overall decrease of the $7,745.75. This puts it in grid format for the schools, showing you at negative $4,012.50 for next year. So decrease. And this is, we always add this in just to give you, for illustration purposes. So if the fund balance was not there, and we were still asking to put all these new programs in, what your contribution would be. So that's also, we recommend next year, we'll be planning this budget, maybe put, you know, somewhere near that amount, so that the 26, 27 budget revenue is in a big gap. But again, we'll address that in a year from now. But again, just for illustration purposes, showing you that number. So here's what I mentioned earlier.
How much of an increase would that be from this year?
It's,
So Penridge is 4,
right, so go from 4,055,000, you go to 4.408.
350,000.
Again, every year is different, on how funding will be.
you're right.
And if it's too much for the districts to bear, obviously you, the authority control is saying, you know, got a program to terminate, the numbers don't jive in 26, 27. And this is the slide I alluded to earlier, so as you can see how the ADMs have grown, which is the direct correlation to our subsidy. Then this graph basically shows that line of the district funding expenditures. Obviously, we want to see that line in the middle be as low as possible, which means, you know, you're giving us less money than our total budget. But, you know, that's not reality, but it is a nice, where it's middle of the road. We are, and it is nice that we get some other revenue from other sources other than the three schools. I know we talked about this in the beginning, but just to reiterate, so we will have $870,000 allocated. So the audit document is presented, and when the GOC deliberates, that's when those decisions will be made. And that concludes our presentation, and open up for questions.
Question?
General question, just because I was reading something concern about the things that we're gonna have material-wise for students, like cost-wise going up?
We put a little bit in for inflation, but again, that's why the budgetary reserve is there. There's some materials like steel, lumber, all the stuff, wire we use,
Right.
goes up. I mean, obviously, we can't teach wiring without wire, so we're gonna buy it. We just got to shift money elsewhere to pay for it.
Okay.
Now, be a budget transfer for reserve, cover the supply, electrical, or welding, or whatever.
We've been
There's a
very
buffer
lucky
there.
to get a lot of donations. We go out and
That's true,
see
too.
our instructors. Thursdays are occupational advisory committee. We have 200 business and industry reps that are coming. We're not above asking for those types of materials, and I think the businesses understand that return on investment. We just have to show them that this is the best way for them, especially if they're short, critical staff members. So we do ask that, and the companies have been very gracious.
Yeah, I mean, I saw electrical contractors over the weekend, and, that was like the big, like trying to keep the supply down, so I don't know if that was gonna affect donations and then the cost was coming in for buying those
We
things.
know, remember COVID and the lumber was, you always have to be aware of that.
Let's not think about that again.
I had an email Friday from Chef Penn, who's our baking instructor, basically said, my egg prices shot up out of the roof, what am I gonna do? And again, I said, well, we have to buy them to teach baking, so I said the same thing, we'll have to transfer money from one line item, because she was worried about overspending her line item budget for supplies. So, we'll find the money elsewhere.
Any other questions? I'd like to thank you guys for coming, and I love that you're interfacing more and more with businesses and working with the community. I think that's an essential part, plus kids get jobs that way too, and the more you can do that, it's excellent. I like the direction that you're taking that,
I mean, I think the increased numbers are a testament to not only the need for students to be in these pathways, but the reputation that the school has, so.
I would add one more thing, that your goal should be no one on the waiting list.
Great call.
That should be a goal, because.
Let's add another new program. Let's do it.
That's not a program. Well, I don't know what it is. I don't know how to solve it, that's for sure. I mean, it's a difficult problem, but I think you're gonna keep growing and growing, so you have to be prepared for that.
We
So
take
it's
that
gonna
very
cost money.
seriously.
Definitely gonna need
We're also
those
partnering with the college to make sure that we're efficient. We're gonna have the vet tech program that's gonna be hosted, that brings additional revenue, gives our students opportunities besides the fire program. We're exhausting all avenues, because we take that very personal too, that anyone that wants to come to the tech school, we're gonna find a way. Once again, thank you, Mr. Barrios and Penridge, for us to present the career pathway for us, even for students that want those internships outside of the tech school. We've had that program for a number of years, and we think that we could bring value to our community, which we're glad to be part of. Thank you.
One more thing, the presentation this year was so much better than previous years. It was very clear, very well laid out, had all the information. It's easy to follow, and I appreciate it.
Very kind of say, thank you.
I feel like too, for both, even for like our district, for Penridge and Tech, like, I feel like we're the Avengers and we keep adding to the team, and like it kind of new for Penridge and things are going up, so I just love, all of it, Daniel and Steve on, Mike, Angelo, I think it's been great. I'm excited for what the future has to, with pathways and the district and more collaboration. I think it's great.
Thank you.
Love the enthusiasm. May I take a picture of you with the sign?
Come on, team! Come on, team! Come on, come on,
Yeah,
come on,
yeah,
come
the
on,
camera's
come
not
on,
capturing it.
come on, come on. This is our team. Oh, come on, yeah.
So now your
Oh, we
favorite.
don't wanna see your face now.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For letting us do this work, too. We appreciate it.
Moving on. We now going on to contracts for approval.
Yeah, we have a few contracts to go over tonight. First one is Market Street Sports Group. This is a renewal contract with Shane Velez, agent from State Farm Insurance. Costs are $5,000 for year 1, $4,000 for year 2 and 3. And Mr. Velez sponsors the student section in the gymnasiums. So that's what the sponsorship is. The next two are Follett software. This is the licensing and implementation of Follett Destiny Solutions for library in 25-26, costs $14,345. And the second is Follett software data integration implementation of Destiny software, which is cost of $900.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize this free, like when residents want to look up, you know, books in the library, I didn't realize that this was not like just like a free service, so we pay for this.
Sure. Yeah, this is our,
It's just the library management.
yeah, this is the library management system.
Okay,
Mhm.
and we do pay for this every year.
Yeah, we have a yearly fee for software for this.
I mean, it is a nice software.
The next one is Pulse Entertainment. This is a DJ for the junior prom on April 11th. Cost is $3,250. Letter E, First Class Entertainment, Central Middle School Dance DJ. Cost there $450 from May 30th, 2025. The next one is a settlement agreement for student identified as 2025-17 and 2025-18. Sorry, two settlement agreements. And then we have our annual Johnson Controls renewal for our HVAC and control systems in all of the buildings for July through June of next year. And this year we add Dodler Elementary School because last year it got new controls, so that's why you see the price difference. So we're adding an additional school.
And is that a maintenance contract or just a contract to
It's a maintenance contract, yeah, so
they do
it's,
it- what kind of maintenance do they do?
so it would be coming in and doing repairs on any of the controls equipment. There's
If it
also,
fails.
if it fails, yeah, there's also service hours that are a part of the contract, so that we'd be pre-purchasing the service. Whatever doesn't get used, we can utilize it in other ways.
Oh, you can, so we don't lose.
So we don't
We'll
lose it, since
spend
we're
the money.
prepaying for it, yeah, we can utilize it in multiple ways.
And if you exceed that amount, you get charged extra, or do they
If we would exceed those pre-purchase service hours, yeah, there would be
still,
bills after that,
you get a better rate by going this way?
yes.
Okay.
The last contract is Leader Services. This is the IEP Writer renewal subscription for next year. Cost is $28,212. And this is a program that we use every year. It's a renewal.
And what is it used for?
Maintain IEPs within
Oh,
students.
just want to make sure, because we improve a lot of software that, and we're duplicating stuff.
This is unique and invaluable, for sure.
That's what I wanted to hear. I didn't think it wasn't. But I don't know what it is, it should. That's it for contract?
Yep. Number 5, Student Activity Club. The Model United Nations Club is a new club, and they would like to get up and running with a student activity account.
Sounds good. Any questions? They have a sponsor.
Yes.
You can-
Mr. Hess.
Mr. Hess. All right, we on to the main event. General fund budget review.
Yeah, we're gonna start with transportation this year, so Jess is up first.
All right, so I just want to start out with a little bit about transportation. This is kind of a little overview from the start to the finish, the first day to the last day. Some of the services that we provide to the district are homeschool routes, special education, non-public transportation, work studies, early learning, field trips and athletic trips, and summer school routes. Some of the things that we do in-house is we provide all of our vehicle maintenance and repairs. We provide CDL endorsement training, both in classroom and behind the wheel. We continue to do our ongoing CDL training in-house. here, just kind of touch on some of the ones that have changed a little bit. Most of them are pretty steady year over year. You'll see there in the tech and supply fees, that is a reduction. That was our old routing system. That is reduced since we had the bus patrol come in. They're paying for that. You will see another line item where you will see bus patrol, and that's for the installation fee that we have the contract that's extended, pay them over 5 years, and we'll have the 6-year for free savings.
There are two different systems, or this, you replace the old one?
No, so the old routing system, we got rid of, and the new routing system, bus patrol pays for it.
Okay,
Yeah. So bus patrol, they supply the cameras, and they also pay for our routing system
Oh,
for
they do?
6 years.
oh, I didn't know.
Yes, so they're gonna be paying for the routing system for 6 years. That went in last year. Our, we pay bus patrol for 5 years, so the 6th year we have to pay.
And there's no other software that you're using?
For routing,
Yeah, that's,
TransFinder is the routing system that we use, and it's paid for by bus patrol.
that's good.
The contracted services here is the outside service for Lakeside. That's students that are transported, they're transported by the school through the contract with the school. The intermediate unit charges for our special education students who they transport for us. And the next line is for our CDL reimbursement. So we reimburse our drivers for the CDL portion of their driver's license every 4 years.
So next year, you estimate $1 million for the IU in transportation costs?
So that's always a difficult line item. That million is actually what we received as the bill this year.
Okay,
And then that's always kind of playing catch up.
so how many kids is that, about?
We have approximately 36 to 37 students with the IU that they're transporting right now. And it's a combination of special ed students or home students or.
Is it more of 1 or 2 per bus or van?
Yeah,
Small.
some of them are single students that go out to specialized schools that are very far away. Other students are placed onto vehicles with other districts where we share the costs.
So, do they have trouble finding bus drivers at the IU?
Yes, they actually contract out themselves.
They contract,
Yeah, so the IU has their own vehicles fleet,
okay,
but they also contract out with both for students, Atlas, and another company.
so we could use those too if we wanted to, is that, or,
We have contractual language in our CBA.
oh, that we can't use? That's a good reason. I'm always looking for a solution to get more bus drivers. 'cause-
We're moving up. One of the services that has a reduction, there for $350, that's for some tank and inspection fees, and that's paid for by our operations team now, so.
How's it going?
We have an increase in vehicle insurances, and I'm sure everybody has felt that pain even personally. The reduction there for telecommunications is a reduction in the mailing. So we used to mail out bus cards. Our Power School system does provide the school bus transportation information in Power School, but it does not provide that information to our non-public families and to our incoming students and our incoming kindergartens, because they're not in Power School. So we always had to mail those out, and that's where that cost was. With the new routing system, everything that's in our routing system, we can push emails out directly to the families, even if they're not in Power School. So that's a cost savings there
Yeah.
as well. Reduction in bottled gas and propane, we use that for welding and some of our other equipment there in the garage. Tech supplies and fees, you'll see a slight increase there, and that is where we We did take out a portion of our routing system, but did have to insert the bus patrol, which is our camera system there. Capital replacement for our school buses, we're looking to replace 4 of our large buses, 2 of our wheelchair buses, and 2 of our vans. The only reason you see a reduction here in the overall cost is because there's a new line item under the non-public budget to split that out 70 and 30, where that was not previously that way before, so it's not truly a reduction.
I'm not sure I understand.
So,
What line?
762, capital replacement equipment. So previous years, that's always been one line item, and so now it's broken out 70% in the public and then 30% in the non-public in the next slide.
Okay. So the total bus cost is how much? You said 4, the large buses.
Yeah, it's over $1 million. Yeah, so you'll see there in the explanations.
$1,040,000.
So the total cost for each full-size bus is approximately $160,000. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, it was under $100,000. So there's been a significant increase in the amount of to replace a full-size bus. Likewise with the wheelchair buses as well.
How long does it take to manufacture a school bus?
We have changed some of our, it's still taking as long to manufacture. It is down a little bit from the COVID where they were really backlogged. I think it was a year and a half. Now it's typically a year, but we have changed our bid specs a little bit to have our specs meet more of a stock school bus, which meets all of the safety standards for PA and federal. So because of doing that, a lot of times when we're doing our bids, they have them readily available for us.
Great.
That was a very smart change. Yeah. Making something custom when it doesn't need to be.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
We can't have the ram on the front of it anymore?
Delays it,
And then here's just the non-public budget, so it's basically the same line items. This is just the 30%, where the other is the 70%. So the 70 and 30 overall is the complete budget there. And here you'll see the $312,000 increase there in the capital, because that was not a line item previously.
Okay. I'm not sure if you answered. What's the non-public versus the public? Why is it budgeted separately?
Sean might be
So
able
it's
to
good.
answer that one for us.
We have to record our expenditures for transportation of public students separate from non-public students. But most of our runs run public and non-public at the same time. So over the years, we've came up with a 70-30% split. So we break our expenditures out 70-30 to show that
Just arbitrary.
different,
Kind
right,
of close.
right. So what we're trying to do, what we also do then is when we do our budget, we budget 70-30.
Same thing.
Same thing,
So-
yeah.
It'd be extremely difficult to make it a real true number.
It would be very, very difficult, and for us to run them separately would be very inefficient and
Yeah.
costly.
I agree.
So
So that's a government?
that's a that's a
State, right?
Pennsylvania requirement that we do it that way.
But if we don't, 30% of the kids aren't, or you think are non-public students? Is that just I don't,
We've always just stayed with the same
Yeah, that's
same
fine.
thing. We
doesn't affect any of
no, doesn't affect it.
That's-
And then we report our number of non-public kids to the state that we transport, and we report our public kids to the state that we transport.
the.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So overall, budget is looking like $179,965,000 in an increase, so it's 8.10% increase over last year. Little update on our fleet, since that is the major line item of our budget there, is our school bus replacement. Currently, we have 75 full-size school buses, 148 passenger, 13 wheelchairs, 18 small school buses, and 9 vans. Here's just kind of a breakdown of the age. We were projected on a 10-year replacement to have all of our vehicles under 10 years. That was back in probably 2016, 17 when that went in. And then we hit the COVID and we had to really reduce for 2 years the replacements. And then we hit the large inflation of the bus costs. So we're not really replacing 10 per year. We've been a little bit under that. But we have a really great fleet that's extremely well maintained by our mechanics. So we're still doing okay. You'll see the majority of our buses are over the 10 years. But we still do have some of them there hanging out over 15 years old. We no longer have any buses that are over 20 years old, which we did.
So you now have 24 that are on the,
24 that
and
are
what are you trying to
between
get?
15 and 19 years old.
What's your target, how long? It varies by bus, or does it, you always want to get rid of them at a certain point?
So of course it depends on the bus, because some of them go, we've had some engines that weren't the best manufactured engines, that we kind of got rid of those a little bit earlier and kept some of the older ones. The goal is to have all of our route buses to be 10 years
10
or
years.
newer.
That's a tough
It gives
goal.
us the greatest reimbursement.
That would-
Yeah. So this school year, we are looking to replace these vehicles here. 96, 159, 129, 30 and 50 are all full-size buses. 44 is a smaller bus, and S1 is a van. So these are the ones that we're looking to go out, and we are looking to replace these vehicles with 4 large school buses, 2 wheelchair buses, and 2 vans.
That's what's in the request, five, you say 5 or 4 buses?
4 school buses,
So-
4 large school buses, 2 wheelchair buses, and 2 vans. The count, you're looking at the count of how many are going out compared to how many we're looking to come in.
This is it says there's 572 passenger,
Yes,
and they're gonna be replaced?
4 of them will be replaced
Okay, so you're not replacing one of them
with a wheelchair bus.
with a wheelchair? Okay, so it's
Yeah.
lower cost.
Yeah. So we have a well-maintained fleet, and we can keep one of our full-size buses, but we are in need of adding a wheelchair bus to our fleet.
Do you see the student population increasing for a need for more bus service or more capacity in buses? I'm just trying to put 2 and 2 together from another presentation we've had a while ago. But are you saying the use of the buses, are they increasing because of new children needing bus service?
The number of routes,
Number of children?
number of children. So we are not having really a reduction or an increase of students. We did-
Staying level.
It's staying pretty level. The services, though, have changed quite a bit. So our resources are being utilized on an increase of non-public school students, an increase of homeless students that we're transporting, so that takes quite a bit of our resources, as well as dual busing students. So it's students that have families that have 50-50 custody. And so we're transporting to both homes. And so that takes up 1 seat on 2 buses. for
You're
one
not
seat.
seeing an increase in student population? But are you seeing an increase in the number of routes that you have to take because of the increase in housing?
Yes, and we have we have really reduced those routes. So in order to do what we're doing now, it used to be done in 95 school buses and 95 routes. We have condensed that down to 68, 69 routes right now. So our drivers are just going. There's not really any time to have a restroom break on a lot of our routes. They drive straight through for, up to 3 hours. We have tiered the routes to, some of them do 4 schools in the morning, 4 schools in the afternoon. We have increased the number of stops, so the ridership is at the max peak. Each school has like a 15-minute window for pickup and drop off in the morning, and we have used every bit of that 15 minutes. So we are, in the afternoons, we are doing longer middle school runs and getting to the elementary at the very end, or even just over their end of their 15-minute window to be picked up. So that's how we've been able to continue through the last few years with driver shortage. But that's something that we're working on to kind of give a little bit of breathing room in those routes and to provide more on-time service.
One other question. Have you put into your consideration full-time kindergarten and
We have.
transportation of those children?
We have.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And these buses, the ones that are capacity is 72, I assume they're close to full capacity here.
Yeah, and so when you hear the word 72 passengers, that's 13 inches per bottom. So we get 72 passengers in elementary. Middle school and high school, we try to keep it closer to 48.
Gotcha.
Around how old is a bus when you start thinking about like this is gonna have to be replaced in the next year or two? Is it 15? I'm just looking at your breakdown of like how many
Yeah,
buses
so we
we
try
have.
to keep our newer buses, that are, really well-running buses. We try to keep those as our frontline buses, which are our vehicles that are driving students to and from school every day. The older buses, we put those into our substitute fleet. So they'll go out on a route when we have something in for service. They'll go out on sports runs that are over route time. They'll go out on field trips that are, so those are, as they get older, we keep on with those vehicles for those other things. But it really would be around the 15-year mark where they start giving us some heavy.
So there'll be 24. Like, are we looking at next year needing because when you look at the numbers, it looks like there was a time where we purchased quite a few buses at one time.
Yeah.
And when they start hitting, are we looking at a period coming up soon where we may have to buy 10 buses?
Yeah, so we don't focus solely on the age of the vehicle. We focus more on what is that vehicle's reliability, what is it costing us to keep that running. So you will see that we have kept in our spare fleet a bus that might be 15 or 16 years old, and we put out as a trade maybe a 12-year-old bus, because it was financially more responsible to keep the older bus, because it didn't owe us anything, it wasn't costing us anything, where the 12-year-old buses, some of those were really bleeding us.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But do we see a bigger jump in the need for buses anytime in the next 4 years? Like a bigger, more than just 4? And it's okay. Alright. It's okay, I got it.
You said we used to do 10 a year, is that?
Yeah, you can tell there was 10
Yeah,
back, like
there was
15
a
years ago.
point
To see how it's moving.
when the vehicles were $98,000 a piece.
Yeah.
We were purchasing the 10 per year.
But now,
And then they took a significant increase to 115, then they went to 130, then they went to 140, and now they're looking closer to 155 and 160.
And I really appreciate everything that transportation does to maintain the bus. Like, I know they're very well taken care of. I just think from our perspective though, there's gonna be a point where there's gonna be a chunk that we need to replace regardless of the price. Potentially.
I mean, yeah, we do have, I think that we're okay, we're in a decent situation. We are going to have to increase what we're replacing. And that's gonna be coming shortly. But right now, our fleet is well-maintained, runs well. I've been in the industry for 25 years now. I have worked in a lot of places, in a lot of districts. And one of the main things that happens is continual breakdowns daily. And I've been here for 9 years, and I have not seen that. I have not seen the school bus issues that are rampant everywhere else.
So do you see us a minimal need to purchase 4 buses? It's a need, we would need to, if we're saying, what do we need? You would say 4 buses.
In
Right
order
now.
to avoid problems down the road,
Yeah.
we do need to continue to replace. What do I absolutely positively 100% need right now? I must have a wheelchair bus for next year, okay? So if we had to provide wiggle room for the district, we could temporarily put a Band-Aid on things, but going forward, we will have to make up for that.
Because right now it's 4 buses, 2 wheelchair, 2 vans. Thank you.
Thanks for your
Yes, thank you.
flexibility.
Of course.
Yeah, and I want to say, like, I appreciate how hard you are working to make this work. Like, I see everything that, I'm just saying from our perspective though, like I don't know how long we can sustain that when we have a lot of buses that look like they're in the agencies. So this would be thinking about it.
Well, also remember that we have had more routes that we have decreased. And so we are slowly going to be increasing those. So that's why we're okay right now. And as we bring drivers, you know, we are looking at what do I have currently in the fleet? What kind of routes do I have that are at the intermediate unit that we're planning to bring back? Do we have the vehicles for those? And we do. So it will be a slow burn, and we will need to, but because we have reduced so much right now, that's why we're in the place where we're okay right at this moment.
So when you reduced, it was like 95 to like something in 60s, right?
Yeah.
Did you, that was in, I guess, in the summer, for the beginning of the year?
Oh, no, that's been over the past 4 years. We've been, as a driver retires, we look and say, where can we put those students? Where can we rearrange this? Where can we create efficiencies without having to, because we were down so many drivers.
Have you looked at, or is this something that you do, that you look at all the schools, like all the routes, and figure out from there, as opposed to like with the, you know, the last 4 years, what can we do to move routes to see how many more kids can fit? Maybe not pick, if the child has to be picked up in their driveway, obviously there's some that have to. But if there's like a community, maybe instead of having 5 different stops, is that something that's done?
We've been doing that in a slow burn,
Okay.
right? Parents and families don't really like change.
Right.
We've been slowly moving stops outside of the housing developments, which has made it much more efficient to, time-wise, to get the most amount of students to the school on time without having to be late for the next school. So we've been looking at that. We typically do that over the summer, and we as those students are, you know, 5th grade rolling up into 6th and so on and so forth, we are looking at those and making tweaks to those over the summer. We have been doing that during the school year here and there as well for efficiencies, so that is something that Leah and myself have been doing ongoing, so routing has been extremely heavy.
Thank you.
Just, I remember from last year, there was a few of the buses that were in like a time frame that had engine issues.
Yeah.
Are any of the ones that we're replacing part of that? Is that
Sure are.
all right?
That's the max force engines. Yeah.
All right. And I mean, do we still have more from that time frame that are need to replace?
We do have a few, yeah, we do have some, but we're still running them as backups,
Gotcha.
but not far, only local. They won't be going on a field trip, you know, an hour away.
So there could be potential issues with those, but
There could, but we've got them going along for now.
perfect.
really, we should congratulate not only you yourself, but your staff that maintains the buses.
Yeah, for sure.
Because without that group, we'd really be in dire straits, so congratulations to all of you, thank you.
Thank you.
Bob, Ken is the lead mechanic sitting there.
Thank
I
you.
kind of realized that, that's why.
Yeah,
That's- He's the guy.
Well done.
Well, it's a
Thank
testament,
you.
it's a testament when you've been to other districts and the buses break down, see the experience, to see how good we do.
Yeah, I have
Good
not
job.
seen them as well maintained as they are here in Cambridge.
you got a great team, so. Have you
Good.
done any
I like
working
how
with
we do this.
the kids from tech school and kind of bring them down for?
I was listening
Oh,
to that
wow.
earlier and kind of, wondering, yeah, I mean, our guys do everything. They do, engine replacement, they do transmission replacement, they do, minor body work, not anything big, they do minor body work, and we've got a new guy who, doesn't think he's great at body work, but let me tell you, I'm wondering if we even need to send out the last thing that he just did, cause it looks, perfect, but, yeah, they do everything, and there's a really nice garage.
It'd be great, as they leave there, they can just come right down here and
Yeah.
come to work.
Yeah, rarely does anything get sent out unless it's for warranty work, and, there's occasions where they'll do the warranty work in-house and bring that money in.
Oh, well.
You guys are awesome, I love it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate all you do, thank you, and your team.
Thank you, Jeff.
I enjoyed the Super Bowl.
Oh,
where we got to
yes.
come in and taste all the delicious soups and,
They don't just drive well, they cook.
they do cook well. There were 12 different soups that were amazing. All right, moving on to operations.
All right. So we have a proposed 25-26 budget here. The first slide here is our non-routine budget, so these are the things that we end up meeting with the principals and finding out collectively what they're looking for to be done in their buildings. As you can see in the first column, the things they asked for this next proposed year totaled out to $771,034. We end up prioritizing some of that stuff based on the things that would fall under life safeties and security measures, things that can improve the functionality in that way of the building is usually what takes priority. And then it will cascade down to the other things that they're looking for to be done, whether that would be floors, carpets, other things of that nature, that are less priority compared to security and safety measures. So going through the things that after it's been revised, that would all total out to the things we're looking to do in the next proposed year to $250,300.
So the rest of that is just not going to happen? Or,
It would end up going on to a list of things that we can work towards.
work toward? Is that similar to last year, or how does?
Correct.
So the numbers what? Is that number, Carolyn, it would be nice to know the previous years and the type of thing.
Of the types of things they were looking for.
Yeah, just over time, this is up, this down, or is this normal? I mean,
All right.
but it's not enough. Oops,
It's normal.
The 250
is it?
is normal.
Yeah, the ratchet down from one number of 771 down to 250.
That's an annual
happens
process.
year in and year out.
No, I understand that the request is obviously not the same as, but I wonder what it is, like last year, was the request that much, and what was actually the revised, just to have
So
an
last
understanding.
year, it went from roughly the same number of what they were requesting down to, I think last year's requested budget, after it was revised, it went down to roughly $300,000.
So approximately 500 was not worked on last year, 500,000. What, don't they just come back the next year, or do they
So
disappear?
from what I've seen, based on looking at the budget, it looks like Kelly had designed what was asked for, and then the things that weren't being done were kept on a rolling plan for things they would come back to. But it's always the things that get done are the things that have the highest priority of needing to be done first. So it looks like the way it was designed, it keeps getting moved along until eventually it gets put onto the plan to get done.
But it still would fall under that budget?
Correct.
And are these the principal's budget?
I'm sorry?
Is this the principal's budget, or is that something totally different?
No, this is part of the operations
This is
budget.
Operations of the school.
It's part of the operation and maintenance budget.
Got it, okay, so
Because
it's
they
additional.
request something.
Got it.
So they're requesting stuff to be done out of our budget that we control.
Okay, you may have already explained this, but what does non-routine?
They have their own budget.
Thank you. I think you already explained it.
So, actually, Sean.
I'm
why-
sorry, I didn't
Why
hear
is
you.
it called non-routine budget?
Because these are non-routine items that are requested to be done by the buildings, and they're above and beyond just regular things, regular PM stuff,
Got it.
regular cleaning, that type of stuff. Maybe they want to have a hallway painted. So that's a non-routine
Carpet
issue.
replacement, or
So it
floor.
truly means what it says.
Got
It's
it.
something that's just, we're not doing all the time.
Yeah.
It's a one-off.
And these are examples of things here, like I have included images of things, so desks, tables, like for example, that one semicircle table was an example of a countertop that security was looking for. So these are just examples of things, we get a lot of requests for the bottle fill, the water fountain bottle fill stations, they became popular after COVID. Radios, which can have a very high cost with them, whiteboards, because chalkboards are, I still believe it or not, I think we still have some chalkboards in the district that we replace over time. But the whiteboards are more today's standard of what they're looking for, and they're easy to sustain because they can be reskinned and made like new.
Still wanna go back to the other question, if we had 700,000 last year, we only spent 250, that would make it seem like 500 of that would go to the next year if it wasn't paid for. The list gets bigger and bigger, or how do we catch up then? Is there another budget line somewhere? or-
So if it's something that would belong in capital, it would get moved over to capital.
So,
It may be something that is just a wish and not a need.
okay.
So what we're looking for is we're looking for safety issues, as Craig said. We're looking for needs. There are plenty of wishes. So when the wishes start falling into it's a security issue and things like that, then that's when they hit the list.
Okay.
So we're always prioritizing based on the needs.
And for example, some of the other things that they get asked for is more cameras, card access points at entryways. Sometimes they'll find that the cameras don't have the best vantage point, so they'll be looking for even more, or sometimes we can re-angle them to get a better vantage point of the property. So the way here that the budget is broken up is the two blue columns are the actuals from those years mentioned above them. And then we have the current year's budget, and then the last two column is the green is the proposed budget for next year, and then the orange is gonna show the variances in that budget. So in the variance column for the proposed year, you'll see the difference of 59,000 for the general property and liability insurance. That cost goes up for this next year. And everything else is gonna be remaining the same.
So we know that cost already, or is that an estimate of what?
We have an estimate, our first estimate from the insurance brokers came in January. We'll get another estimate probably in March or April, and then final numbers in May.
So it's gone up from 350,000 to 500,000, or 550.
Insurance, general liability insurance is up, vehicle insurance is up. General liability insurance is up because the reinsurance market throughout the country is up because of the natural disasters, the fires, the hurricanes, and so forth. So all the insurance companies buy reinsurance, and they're all being hit by the reinsurance market. So that's why, I mean, if you've had renewed insurance anytime recently, you're seeing an increase in insurance. And it's mainly, we don't get knock on wood, whatever, we're so lucky here, we don't get hit with major storms and those things, but we're getting hit with the cost because of the reinsurance market.
So we're paying for more because of disasters elsewhere.
Absolutely,
So
absolutely.
it doesn't matter where you.
Everybody's paying for those natural disasters, it's just not the areas where they're happening.
Thank you.
So next on this slide, we have, this isn't associated with utility costs, this is showing our utility usage, so from 2009 to 2024. You'll see in 2009, it shows higher usage, but that was also the year that the school district had brought Airmark in and had shown how we can be more efficient with our energy usage, which came up with our energy policy that we currently operate under. So that's why all the years following that, everything seems to be more uniform and conforms with what we are using it for. So you'll see the orange is the fuel oil, the red is electricity, and blue is natural gas. Everything's pretty consistent from year to year. The only year you might see a difference is 2021, and as we all know, we were seeing different usages of the building because of COVID. Any questions there?
Have we ever thought of doing like solar panels on roofs or anything like that to help? I mean, there's an upfront cost for sure, but
Yeah,
there's a lot of space up there too.
there's a huge upfront cost with them.
Yeah.
And at this point, what we've seen with looking at it is the payoff is just not there yet.
Okay.
And the other thing is, you either have to put them on roofs, and then when you need a new roof, you gotta tear them off, put a roof
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
Or you have to have a bunch of open, unused ground to put them on. I've seen a district completely strip off the ridge behind their high school and put solar panels on it. They gotta, what's that?
I don't know if I'd do that.
Yeah, so I mean, you either have to have a place to put them, or you're putting them on the roof and then you're tearing them off whenever you need a new roof, so.
How often do we replace our roofs?
Roofs are usually a 20-year warranty, 20 to 30-year warranty.
This doesn't mean there might not be work in between that you can.
And currently, we have some buildings where there's sections that are still actively under warranty.
Yeah.
I think the only building we have that's completely, totally 100% under a warranty is North, but that's coming to an end soon.
Mhm. Thank you.
So on this slide, we have the building services budget. Specifically focusing on the variances, we have professional tech services going up 50,000. And that's due to the difference in contract prices and the fees associated with that. And trash recycling, that goes up 7,000. Water and sewage goes up roughly 10. And then the repair and maintenance services for buildings, that goes down 125,000. And I believe that was because of just trying to get closer to the actuals and the way that, trying to match the money that was spent from the years prior.
Is there an extermination problem?
An extermination problem?
Well, since it went up, it was the same, well, now it went up $6,000.
Well, we have a new vendor.
Oh, okay. Just never know have more pests, that's good.
So then next we have general supplies, that goes up 60,000, and again, that's just trying to match the actuals of what's being spent.
Okay.
Down at the bottom, dues and fees goes down 1,000. Any questions anywhere?
What is general supplies? What's it?
So general supplies would be like custodial supplies and things needed for
Okay.
just the upkeep of the building.
Thank you.
So on this slide, we have our grounds equipment replacement plan, so things we would be looking to do with our equipment. And also to point out, looking at the years prior, the replacement plans, we had things that were very aged and dilapidated, and what Kelly has done is great with getting example, Sellersville, we have the Ventrac, which they utilize right now for both cutting and snow removal. The plan that we would like to do is purchase a zero turn for that building so that the Ventrac can purely be used for snow removal and not be getting utilized for both. It'll reduce the hours being put on the unit. So by getting them a zero turn, it extends, they'll be getting a piece of equipment, but it extends the life of the other equipment. The two items marked in yellow, they are both loaders that they have right now. They're in poor condition. What we would be looking to do is replace them with new loaders, which on the next slide, we have pictures of Sellersville. That would be the kind of zero turn that we would be looking to get them. And then Central Middle School and Silo were the loaders we would be looking to replace with the Avance.
And this is in the budget?
Yes. And then on this slide is our grounds maintenance budget. So again, everything here that's proposed for the next year is going down in cost. We're trying to match the actuals, but also because we're in such a good state with our equipment, it's lower than the years that it's been previously. Any questions there?
That's our favorite slide. Everything went down.
We'll always work to have more like it. So vehicle replacement plan, again, what my predecessor Kelly has done has been great with getting us in our fleet of vehicles in such a good state. The two bottom, you'll see the GMC pickup with the X's. There's X's on it because it's gonna be brand new delivered this month. So there has been no usage on it. The Chevy dump, the Chevy dump red, the M15, that was actually traded in, so that's gonna be falling off the list. That was traded in to get the new pickup that's coming. The GMC pickup highlighted in yellow at the top is the one that we retained from last year. It's gonna be used as a backup truck for just backup usage if one needs service, if we need an extra plow truck. The picture of it is right there, that is the one that's gonna be held in reserve as backup.
Just real quick, that M20, that's a 2025, right?
The M20?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, it's on the
Those
slide, it's 2015.
Oh.
It threw me off when you said it was brand new.
Sorry about that, no.
Oh, I thought it was like.
Been sitting there a while.
I thought it was like it's only mileage we put on, but I was thinking the same thing.
We are at vehicle ops, so the vehicle operations part of the budget. Again, costs are going down, just trying to get closer to the actuals of what's being spent. So it reduces those categories by the amounts listed there. Any questions?
So the actual was $900 and it was budgeted at 10. Is that 10,000? And now 4,000. Just, I'm sorry, 2,600. The general supplies. I see it was, the actuals were 2,709.24 and 10,000 was the budget. Is there something that was,
I'd have to find out more about
I'm
why
just
that
curious,
was.
why are we putting 4,000 if we historically said, spent next to nothing? You know, that's a minor point, just thought,
Yeah, I could still, I'll
Yeah,
get
just-
into it, I'll find out.
just curious.
So that reaches the end, is there any more questions or anything?
It would be helpful to have the totals on the bottom of each.
So the total,
I mean,
it's not listed in here, but.
yeah, just so we can see what.
Yeah, the total of next year's proposed budget is $4,216,298.
Okay, thank you.
It's a 2.5% increase from last year.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to take a break?
Want to take 5?
Go take a
Take
5-minute break, we'll be right back. thank you. We're back into the finance committee meeting. We're gonna go over the general fund, the general budget.
Thank you.
With Sean, oh, there you are.
I feel like I'm really far away from you guys. So we'll start our first look at the budget tonight for next year. The goals of the budget meeting, show you the budget calendar as I do each year, revenue and expense history, the Act 1 index, rate impact, revenue and expenditure detail, fund balance review, which I do not have updated yet because as Tim just presented to you tonight, I'll have the new numbers hopefully very soon. Retirement cost information and how we move forward from where our numbers are. So we jumped into the Act 1 timeline back in October where we passed a resolution that we would not raise taxes above the Act 1 index, and this year that's 4%. So this is the budget timeline calendar. Check marks are the things that we completed so far. There are some things that we can skip because passing the Act 1 resolution allows you to skip certain things in the budget process. So you can see we skipped a number of things. This slide, here we are on March 10th, where we're going to go through this budget presentation, other items that we do not need to do, and then moving forward in April, we'll have another look at the budget in our committee meeting. We'll do that again in May. At our committee meeting, and the May voting meeting is the first budget vote. Budget requires 2 votes. We'll come back in June. We can make changes again after the first vote. We'll come back in June at our finance facilities meeting, go through any changes that we need to make, and then the final budget adoption is June 16th. This is a history of actual expenditures and revenues and what happens to any deficit or positive number at the end of each fiscal year. We have moved forward and continued with our transfers at the end of the year in any excess funds, and for 23-24, we transferred $1.2 million at the end of the year into the capital projects. But when you can look at the transfer line, which is the second line from the bottom, you can see that transfers are starting to become much smaller than they have been in the past. As we talk about the budgets are becoming tighter and tighter, our excesses are dropping, and we're becoming much more lean, for lack of a better term. But the excesses that we've seen in the past are no longer there, and our budget, our expenditures and revenues are much closer together at this point. Next slide is the Act 1 index impact slide. We currently have 135.2555 mils, and the Act 1 index is 4%, which, if taken, would allow a 5.4 mil increase. And the impact to the median assessed home is about $172 if that tax increase was put in place by the Act 1 for the Act 1 index, and that would allow for an additional $3.5 million of tax revenue at the 4% increase. Next slide is revenue to expenditure summary. So this is where we're at. Revenue growth is very, very minimal. From 159,147,000 up to 160,155,000, and expenditure growth is about 4.25% at this point, from 159 million up to 165 million. We currently have a deficit budget of $5,740,000, and that number does not include any tax increase at all. So currently our expenditures are above our revenues by about 5.7 million. The Act 1 index is 4, so our expenditures aren't wildly out of line. Our problem is the revenue side. and we'll get into the reasons why. Okay, local revenues, budget, for an increase from 116.9 million to 117.5 million. State revenues 39.9 million to 40.7 million. Federal revenue is actually going down. We removed the last of the ESSER funding from this budget. So total revenue, 159.1 million to 160.1 million. You can see the local revenues from 2023, 24, 25, and then 25, 26. Those increases are becoming much smaller as you go across that line. So some detail to local revenue. Real estate tax is up about $323,000. That is based on increased assessed value, not a millage increase. Most of the other revenue line items are flat, showing no increase. The current Act 511 taxes, the fourth line down, which shows 25.3 million, is exactly the same it is this year. That the biggest number in there is the earned income tax revenue. We're budgeting no increase in earned income tax this year. We have seen that number as high as 7% over the last 10 years. Normally around 5%. We budgeted 5% this year. Right now we're running at 1%, so we're 4% behind in our earned income tax collections this year. I don't see that changing, so we're not budgeting any increase at all for earned income tax collections next year. That, along with increases in assessed value, are usually our drivers in local revenue that give us a nice increase each year, which allows us to be able to increase the expenditure side of the budget and pay for that with revenue sources that are already in place, meaning our current millage rate, our EIT collections, and so forth. So assessed value growth is slowing down, and earned income tax revenue collections are slowing down.
Why?
Why? Earned income tax, economy is changing. I think the increases in salaries that people have seen over the last 5-6 years are slowing down. I think more people are going back to work in the city, which if you work in the city, you pay those taxes to the city. If you work at home, you can pay those taxes as here. But I think both of those are impacting us. The real estate assessed value growth, it's slowing down. I think the building is slowing down. I think that has a lot to do with interest rates. I think that has a lot to do with the cost, increased cost of so much of new homes. Certainly the interest rates on mortgages and so forth. There's a lot of people, if you had a home 5 years ago, you're sitting on a mortgage rate that's in the 2s. If you're gonna go buy a house right now, you're going to a mortgage rate that's in the 5s or 6s, and that's a huge difference. So I think that's had a big impact on housing everywhere, and I think we're seeing that pinch here. There are some planned building, to happen. There was an article in the paper just last week that Angela shared with a East Rock Hill property that's going to have, I think, 26 or 27 houses on it. So those things are all good, but we've certainly seen a slowdown. Certainly seen a slowdown. So that's local revenue. Local revenue, we're seeing an increase of $438,000. That's the variance between this year and last year's budget. And you can see, actual in 22-23 is 114.1 million. We grew over $2 million to 23-24. 24-25 budget, 116.9. And then the 25-26 budget, 117.3. So those nice big increases are no longer happening for us on the local revenue side. This is a real estate tax collections slide. What I'm trying to show you is just basically where we're at in our collection process for 24-25 as of February 28th. We had collected 97.03% of our duplicate. Our budget is 97.25, so we're not quite there yet. Last year on February 28th, we were at 97.17, so we're a little bit behind our collections. And our budgeted collections are about $84,125,000. So for 25-26, at the current assessed value, our collections at 97.25% would be $84.7 million. This is another slide about real estate tax collection. What I'm showing you here is the Act 1 index of 4.0%, or about 5.4 million, or 5.4 mils, collects about $3.5 million at the 97.25% collection rate. At the median assessed value, property at the median assessed value in the district, the impact will be just under $172 for the Act 1, if the Act 1 index tax increase was put in place. Where we're at right now is we would need 6.5 mils, or 6.5%, or about 8.8 mils, or $5.7 million. That would be about $279, but we can't go there. We can only go to 3.5 million. So even if we said right now we were just going to raise taxes by 3.5 million, we still have over $2 million in this budget we need to find and cut. So state funding. Moving on to state funding, the governor's budget wasn't very nice for Penridge. So the governor's budget calls for 0.94% increase in basic ed funding. Last year that was 2.6%. That equates to about $127,000. Special ed at 0.27%. Special ed is our highest rate increasing cost that we have in the school district. And the state's going to give us a whopping 0.27% increase. Last year that was 4.1%. That special ed number means $11,000 more to us. And under the Ready to Learn, the adequacy portion of the state funding that was put in place last year calls for an increase of about $89,000. At full funding of the adequacy component would mean about $2.7 million more in revenue for Penridge. Over the last 2 years, we were seeing about $179,000 of that $2.7 million. So if it continues on, the adequacy continues the way it has the last 2 years, it'll be a long time when we see our owed adequacy funding from the state, from the plan of the governor's plan. So you take those three increases and you add them together, it's about $228,000. But in the governor's budget this year, he had cyber charter school reimbursement. We received about $203,000. He removed that from next year's budget. It's not even a proposal. So of the $228,000 increase, we're losing $203,000. We're looking at a net increase of $25,000 for a school district of a $160 million budget. So no help from the state, and a decreasing ability to raise or to see income at the local level puts us behind the 8 ball for sure. These are the state numbers. This is budget to budget. When the budget came out last year, when we put them in, we put everything that he was giving us into basic ed, because at that time he hadn't broken it out and showed adequacy or reimbursement for charter school funding or so forth. when you add them all up, they come out to about that 25,000, with the exception of two line items. Rental and sinking fund payments is a $440,000 increase. That is the state share of our debt service payment. So we're putting out $12 million in debt service, we're getting back $880,000 for their share. So that's a $440,000 increase. And then the state share of retirement, we're gonna spend about $25 million in retirement next year. We're gonna get about $12.6 million back, or about $361,000 increase. So of the $830,000 increase there, the vast majority of that is reimbursement of the state's portion of the expenditures that we're making.
So the school is 12.5, 12.6 million just for the retirement pay. We pay double, but we get half back.
Yeah,
So that 12 number at the bottom is,
that's the revenue number. $12,599,000.
yeah, that comes to us, then so it's double.
Yeah, as a
But I'm just saying, it's percentage of the budget, it's 8% over budget goes directly to that, the whole 150 million. So
$160 million budget, and roughly $25 million of that is Peter's.
20, but you get half of it back.
We have them.
Yeah, so the end game is it's 12.
Yep, end game is about, 12 and a half.
Right.
Governor's budget address, these are the things that he laid out for his increases in the budget. We've already kind of walked through that. We just get basic ed, some adequacy money, special ed, a few things at the top. The rest of those things are other educational funding line items that really don't have much of an impact on us, especially our general fund. State property tax relief estimate. There's some good news in 24-25, the state property relief amount for Penridge increased from $3 million to about $3.6 million. So we got about $600,000 more for property tax relief in the current year. As you recall though, that's not a windfall for us. We have to reduce our real estate tax bills by the same amount of money through an assessed value reduction. So that's for the properties that apply and are granted approval for homestead, farmstead exemption. So this $3.6 million goes back and reduces the tax bills. This year, 24-25, that reduction is $301 for each of those properties. The year before it was $253. So that $600,000 equated to about $50 more for homestead, farmstead property as a reduction in the real estate tax bills. So actually in 24-25, our taxpayers that qualify for the homestead, farmstead are paying less in taxes than they did the year before. So they actually see a net decrease in their tax bill. Federal revenue sources, we removed the last of the ESSER funding, and everything else pretty much stays the same. We won't know what our federal allocations are for quite some time, so we budget the prior year allocations. And we actually then recognize this revenue when we actually expend it. Federal dollars are allowed, they don't run from July 1st to June 30th like our budget does. They run on the fiscal year calendar, or the federal fiscal year calendar, so it's 3 months off of ours. So these programs can actually go into the next fiscal year, so they can cross over fiscal years. So we just recognize the expenditures or the revenues as we expend the money.
Are any of those at risk with any of the changes that are happening? Or do we consider most of those to be protected?
These are all allocations that are within current statute, so they're only protected to the point where the statute, if the statute doesn't
Okay.
change. But if laws change, certainly they could be changed.
Okay. But you don't think it's seriously at risk at all?
Good question. Hey, I don't know. This is a great question.
No, I mean, it's $2 million, that's
Yeah, I wish I had a
significant.
clear answer for you, but none
Okay.
of us know.
Where does
There's a lot of talk about the closure of the Department of Ed. That has to happen with legislative action.
Right.
Though
think if things happen, they're gonna happen, it can't happen with an executive order. This stuff all has to, it's gonna have to go through that legislative process at the federal level.
Okay.
Moving into expenditures, this is just a description of what the levels of the objects are, 100 through 900. Not gonna read through those. This is where we're at, this total budget, expenditure budget, by object level. The first three line items are where our increases are. Salaries are up about 1.4 million. And then this is based on the contracts that are in place, and some new positions that I'll show you later. And also employee benefits are up 2.5. Approximately 700,000 of that is from retirement, and the rest is, and the major part of that is from increase in rates for medical and prescription drug coverage. The purchase professional services is up about 1.8 million.
Could you explain that a little?
Purchase professional services, about 700,000 of that is an increase based on our actual experience for our substitutes. So substitute teachers and substitute support folks, those are all purchase professional services, meaning we buy those services from STS. They're not our employees. They were our employees, the expenses would go under 100 and 200 for wages and benefits. But since we purchase those services from a company, we pay the company, they send in the subs, it falls under purchase professional services. Other big line items under purchase professional services is our legal fees, auditor fees, our services that we purchase from the IU for special education. So really any.
So any services we outsource or purchase?
What's that?
Any services we purchase throughout the whole school
Yes.
district?
Yep. So we are, that would be purchase professional services.
Can we get a breakout of that? Because it's a big increase. Can we get some more detail?
Two line items that are increased. One is the substitutes. Like I said, about 700,000.
Why is that going up so much?
It's based on our use of substitutes.
So we're using a lot more substitutes than we used to?
Well, there's a better fill rate than there was a few years ago. Plus, if you remember, the district raised the substitute payment rate because we couldn't get subs. So
now you have more subs.
now you're
which is
getting more
good.
subs at a higher cost.
That's still
So
huge.
we went from not having subs in the classroom, so the cost wasn't there, and we had to raise the cost in order to get the subs in the classroom.
So that's
it
700
costs
of the, that's 700.
That's 700,000 of it. The rest would be in the professional services from the IU for special ed. Those are,
Can we get a breakout, please, just so we know that?
Yeah.
Or is that in here? Do you have the 300 section or, no, that's.
no, I don't
that's
have
not
a career section.
Good. Okay.
The other ones are pretty minimal increases. The drivers here are the first three, and that equates to the total increase in the budget of about $6.7 million. When you look at more detail on the 200 objects, you can see three line items that are mainly four line items that are higher: Social Security and retirement. They're driven by the total salaries, plus the retirement rate is going up from 33.9 to 34%. And then the medical insurance and the prescription drug insurance make up about 1.7 million of that too.
So why is that going up?
Medical insurance and prescription drug are going up based on claims over the last 12 months.
So we just pay for, we're self-insured, so we pay for all that. So we use it more up to the cutoff. So if this This is a direct reflection of people using more stuff.
This is a direct reflection, yes, of claims for both medical and prescription. Claims are up for,
You have a catastrophic,
Yeah,
we've had a number of catastrophic claims over the last 12 months, and some catastrophic claims that are in excess of $1 million.
but we're cut off at, what, 2?
We cut off at 225,
220.
and then we get back for stop loss. We have a number of reoccurring shop claims, same individuals, year after year, that are very, very high users. We've had a number of just unfortunate situations.
Okay. So it's actual money spent, that's why.
Actual money spent. Prescription drugs are being driven by a lot of high-cost drugs. Everything that you see when you turn your TV on, and you see the drug commercials, we're buying it. And you see also a lot of the use of the weight loss drugs.
How much is in there, like, because we're self-insured, how much is in the account right now?
Right now, it took a hit last year because we lost money. It's down to about, I think it's about 10 million, or lower, and that's about 8 or 9 months worth of claims is what we have in reserve, which is about right where we want to be.
I think that seems like comfortable at the same time. We do have really good rates, and I feel like that's a good amount in there.
And remember, this is an 18% increase in rates, but we have not changed these rates in 8 years.
Right.
We have not had the experience that called for rates to be changed. We've now had the experience that has called for rates to change. So we need to adjust the rates up.
Were we eating into that fund over the years and not raising it, or was it?
Last year was the first year that we actually had a lot.
I don't know, okay,
Yeah,
so
we ate into the fund some last year. I expect we'll eat into the fund this year, because we've seen that increase in the cost, and the rates this year is what they've been for the last 8 years. So we'll need some more of that fund balance, but we need to make the adjustment now and move the rates closer to what actuals are. So, and we're actually doing it in a step process. Our third-party administrator actually wanted us to go to 23.5, but we decided to go to 18.5, because we felt this was a high enough increase in this budget, and we will pick the rest up next year as an increase. And if we have any overage, it will come out of the reserve fund. So we're going to work our way up to it. Okay?
And the retirement of 722 is Peasers, right?
Peasers, yes. Yep, anywhere you see retirement, it's Peasers. And the 722,000 is 2 pieces, increase in salaries, and the rates went up a 10%. Okay? This is just a pie chart for the object summary. You can see the blue and the orange are the salaries and benefits. They make up the vast majority of the budget. So our people are our driving force, our driving costs in the budget. Functions, this is how we break the budget out into programs. The different functions you can see there. So this is the budget by function total. It starts with 1,100, which is regular education. Everything under the 1,000 is instruction. So this first page is everything that happens in the classroom. So out of that increase of the budget, $5.2 million of the increase, or 77.5%, is happening in instruction. So if costs are going up, and you're a school district, you want the cost to go up in instruction. If you're spending more money, you want to spend more money on instruction.
Would like to highlight the special programs going up 3.4 million,
Yes.
which is all paid, all for special needs, but IU get some of that too, or is that?
Yeah. The 1,200 line item is special education costs.
Mhm.
It's going up from 28.2 increase in salary and benefits, 417. No, for Ernestine. One four, yeah. So about 1/4 of the increase in the special ed budget is for, objects 300 through 900, so meaning non-salary benefits. Majority of that is, of course, the professional services for the, IU. So the rest of that increase, 2 million, is in salary and benefits. There are new positions in this budget we'll show you later on. There is the regular increase in salary for the staff under the program. And then there is the increase in retirement and the increase in medical prescription. Those are the big drivers of that special education number. The regular ed number is up about 2 million. That is being driven by salaries increases and also the retirement and the medical and prescription change.
It's split.
There are no new positions under the regular ed. No, I'm sorry, there's one new position under the regular ed. And we'll look at that a little bit later. But the rest of the programs are all either slightly up or down. So
And sorry, just to clarify, the special programs are all for special education?
that's
Just special education?
That's everything is special ed.
Okay.
This is the support service line items. These line items are all up based on the salary increases in the contracts, plus the, as we said a number of times, the retirement, the medical, and the prescription. There's no new positions in any of these line items. It's the same staff we have this year. So this is just driven by salary and benefit costs. And then these are the activities, so student activities, athletics is in here and so forth. This total line item is down. And the last area is our debt service. Debt service is pretty flat for the year. There is our transfer out of capital projects, 6.1 million. Carried that number into this year's budget. And that is from the debt drop-off. If you remember last year, we used about 500,000 or 600,000 of that. That was about 6.6 or 6.7 million, and we lowered that in order to balance the budget. And then we have a small budgetary reserve, and that's where we get to our 165.8 million, or $6.7 million increase. So the vast majority, again, is in instruction. And within instruction, it's salary benefits. And expenditure chart. So budget drivers, what's driving the increase? The major cost drivers are wages and benefits. First line item should be wages, 1.5 million, and then benefits, 2.5. Professional services, 1.8, and then the remaining part of the budget is about 954,000 for a total of 6.7. We have about 1 million more in revenue than we had the previous year, so that's where we get to our deficit of 5%. These are the requested positions at this point in time. We have one learning support teacher at North Middle School, a school psychologist, 2 autistic support teachers, one in the elementary, one at middle school, learning support teacher Geiler, learning support at South Sellersville, learning support West Brockville, a STEM teacher at the high school, and 2 autistic support TAs to go with the autistic support teachers. And the STEM teacher at the high school is the one new position that's not special ed, and that really is a position that replaces a shop area that we had 2 years ago. We had a metal shop 2 years ago. The instructor retired. We weren't able to find another metal shop instructor, so our curriculum department redid that class, for lack of a better term, and they're changing that shop into more of a woodworking shop than a metal shop. And we have the project to put the
which ones are these for special ed, special education, or those positions?
All those positions except for the STEM teacher or special ed.
And so are we required? Is that,
Yeah,
it's the
we're-
ones that are required by caseload, right? You have no
Right.
choice.
If you look to the, it's hard for you to see there, but if you look to the far right, caseloads we need to have that in order to be in compliance. But if you look at for example, the first learning support teacher at North Middle School, as a result of a meeting this afternoon, I don't think we're gonna be replacing that. So it's very clear, I wanna be very clear, this is a proposal right now, we're still working through several iterations and trying to find cost savings for our community without compromising the fidelity of our academic programs.
And just the AS teacher for elementary north, learning support, they're all listed at a salary of 58.9. Is it just where does that fall on the scale?
That's a master's STEM, 3, I think, is what we use as a base salary.
Baseline, right.
Yes.
So- We use that for budgeting, to get a baseline, Mr. Kaufman. However, with the recruitment fairs that we've been attending at some of the universities, we hope to attract some younger teachers at a lower entry level salary. That'd be ultimately our goal, but if we get into a pinch, and this could fluctuate, if there's a situation where our backs are against the wall, we may have to, it's a budget, it's a suggested roadmap for hiring, but we may have to hire somebody at a higher salary, but that ultimately we wouldn't endeavor to do that though.
Alright, okay, so, this slide lays out what's new in the budget. I think this is a important slide, to show everything at one place. This is a new slide, this year, we didn't have this before. So what's new, full-day kindergarten, of course, is new, went through the curriculum committee, been approved by the board, to start full-day kindergarten within the district. Next year, we'll have one full-day kindergarten classroom in each building, and then the following year, we will move to full implementation of the full-day kindergarten program. Expansion of the high school STEM program, which we just talked about on the last slide. Elementary science curriculum materials that are new, middle school science curriculum materials that are new. A STEM laser at South, which is, I believe it's between $45,000 and $50,000. It's in the budget and being purchased so that each of the 3 middle schools have the same lasers and the same opportunities. Then what we just went through on the page before, 1 new school psychologist, 4 learning support teachers, the 2 autistic support teachers, the 2 autistic support TAs, and there are two speech positions that are currently at less than 1 FTEs that are being increased to 1.0 FTEs based on the need of speech within the buildings. So that's kind of a snapshot of highlights of what's new in here. So this is also a new slide. So we're trying to capture what we've done so far as far as savings within the budget. There are 20 teacher retirements, 4 support staff retirements. We captured about $863,000 savings from the retirements that are being replaced with a new hire. We have 7 positions that are not being replaced or are being replaced with a transfer from another area. And so the savings for that is over $1 million in cost. We've eliminated 2 requested positions from the budget of about $183,000. So that total savings is over $2.1 million. Then we went through the school and department budgets, and through our review, we cut another $1.1 million in expenses on through those reviews of every budget that was submitted. That includes a $50,000 decrease in legal fees. We've seen a significant reduction in legal fees over the last 2 years. And as you know, when we redid our legal contract, we got a lower rate than what we had been paying prior to that. So we are reaping some savings under legal. And we've also, as we talked about before, we held the insurance increase to 18%, not 23%. We saved another $500,000 of expense that would be in this budget. So far, our grand total of savings that we've implemented is over $3.7 million. So if you take a look at that, the original budget that we were started with was about $169 million. Budgeted revenue $160 million. That showed about a $9.5 million deficit. When we apply the savings that we've already worked on through this budget of $3.7 million, expenditures are now $165.8. Revenue is still under $60 million. So the budget deficit is down to $5.7 million from the original $9.5 million. And if the district does take the allowable Act 1 tax increase, it would be about $3.5 million, as we saw before, and that would leave us with about a $2.2 million deficit. Any questions on that? So school and department budgets, this is each of the department.
Hey, Sean,
Yes.
can we go back then? So, after all the savings we have now, we're still 5 million short, 5.7 million short.
Yes.
Now, we discussed this earlier, but we have to find other ways to save some money too. And is that coming up, or is that something for the rest of the? But, so we have to, I mean, we have a hole here we have to fill.
We have a hole here we have.
And it's a larger hole than we thought. So one of the ways is to save other additional money. We don't want to compromise any educational aspects of it. The other is to take away from what we put into the capital projects fund at the end of the year, which we don't recommend doing that, because then we just kick the can down the road. Which I know you don't think that idea. But what do we do then to find other ways we can save money in the district?
Well, as Mr. Barrios said, we're looking at we're looking at the requested positions again, but we need to look much further than that. We're looking at all staffing levels, and go back through again and see if there's any place where we can reduce. We also need to go back through all these budgets, schools and department budgets, look for additional savings there, maybe things that we can put off, or not do, cut back on. So there's a number of ways that we can do this. It's up to us as an administrative team, over the next couple of weeks, is to go back to and take a look again, look at all these areas, because at the very minimum, we have to find $2.2 million to cut in order to balance this budget. It's a $5.7 million hole at this point. So,
What is left in like that PSERS fund?
so the PSERS fund is part of the fund balance. There's about $3.3 million left there. It's identified for PSERS increases. It could potentially be used for the PSERS increase for this year. It's another one of those ones where if you utilize that, it's a one-time thing.
Right.
And you gotta make it up at some point.
But you don't have to, because we can't use it for, I guess, anything else, so at some point it's just like staying there, like we haven't used it. So
We've
just-
actually been moving that to unassigned fund balance
Okay,
over the years, and in order to keep our unassigned fund balance at the maximum level the law allows. So we've actually been pulling that out and reclassifying
So
that.
are we at that, are we above the max
We
rate?
can't
Like,
go above the max, we're at
Okay.
the max.
so we just have, so what is like the minimum? Like, are we above it? Like, do we have extra in that account that is not, I don't know, like,
We are not above the unassigned limit, that's what you're asking.
okay.
We're right at it.
I guess what I'm saying is there could be room there potentially to possibly go from there.
But, you know, as we discussed earlier, during transportation, if we're budgeted to purchase 4 buses, maybe we don't purchase all 4. Next year, maybe we reduce it to 2, if necessary. And you have my commitment, my team's commitment, we'll go back in, reassess all of this. This is a first run, if you will, and we'll see what we can trim. And I think it's 8 years without a tax increase eventually. It's not sustainable to never have a tax increase with the cost of goods and services going up, providing a high-quality education, paying our teachers, all of our staff a competitive wage, the rising costs of insurance rates that we talked about. It's just not sustainable forever. So we're not going to do this without deep deliberation and reflection on our practice. And we'll see where we can trim, but it is unsustainable to continually, year after year, never have a tax increase and still do this without cutting programs for our students. So we just need to be mindful of those things as we go through. That should be our main driver for kids in providing high-quality education. Where families want to move here because their kids are getting a high-quality education. We have excellent teachers, we have excellent facilities, and all of those things that I'm overlooking a lot in this short explanation costs a lot of money. So you don't see other school districts, for the most part, they all eventually have to increase taxes in order to balance their budgets.
What would this have looked like if we had been doing small tax increases?
That's an excellent question. We did an in-house tabletop, Mr. Daubert and I, with the help of Mr. DeRiso, and we can provide you with that information about, I don't have it committed to memory, but had there been gradual increases over the years, this fund balance would be very substantial right now.
Because I mean, I certainly appreciate all the work that has always gone into the budget, I really appreciate it. But I feel like a lot of these things are a surprise. Like, what was the plan? Not you, but obviously we didn't raise taxes last year either, but like all the years, like Ron and Bobby guys were on finance, like what was the thought, has something changed that we were hoping would happen, or?
You know, I mean, there was a few drivers that helped us out over the years. One was ESSERS, who injected us with a lot of money over the years. The one was the initial debt drop-off too, which gave us an extra $6 million, you know, that we used in the budget. So you could see these things happening as the costs were going up, but we were getting a little reprieve over the year. And we're not gonna raise taxes if we don't really need the money either.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, yeah, we didn't raise taxes for 8 years. We also didn't cut any programs for 8 years. We weren't cutting to not raise taxes. We were maintaining our education environment, and in many places, if you remember back, we've been adding staff every year. A lot of those staff have been, you know, in the special education department. If we look back, we'll find that that's where most of the staff have been added. But all those things I talked about at the beginning with the local revenue sources, those are what were sustaining us, and they were driving us. We were getting enough increase in local revenue from real estate taxes and earned income taxes to not have to raise taxes. So in 8 years, I have not come to you and said, please, we need to raise taxes. That we don't have enough money. We have not cried wolf. We've been fiscally responsible. Over that 8 years, if we would have taken the tax increases, we would have $25 million more in revenue per year. And if you add all those up for 8 years, it's almost $100 million. So we have been, and I will be the first person to stand on this wooden thing right here and yell and scream that we have been fiscally responsible in this district. We have not asked our taxpayers to pay more money when we didn't need it. We have lived within our means, we've expanded our programs, we've provided quality education. But now there's some things that we want to do, like expand kindergarten, increase STEM, things like that. But we're seeing the decay of the local revenue sources that we've been living on. And the only way to move forward is to either cut programs or put the revenue in place to pay for it. I think Mr. Barrios had an excellent summary 2 minutes ago. I couldn't have said it better myself. But I think we just have to look back on the fact that we have not cried wolf in 8 years. We have not squirreled money away. Our reserves are adequate. They're not excessive, but they are adequate. But if we move forward without putting the revenue in place, we will deplete those reserves and we will put ourselves in a budget deficit. And moving forward, it will be very hard to dig out of that budget deficit because the Act 1 index is expected to go lower than 4% over the next number of years, not higher, which will put a further squeeze on our ability to raise local revenue. So I think we've ridden this about as far as we can, we can ride it.
I agree,
We're
I'm
at-
worried we've ridden it too far, though, I think that's what I'm thinking, like, so, I
Hindsight-
appreciate.
Hindsight is always 20/20,
I agree with
but
that. And I appreciate everything you said as like a community member, taxpayer, and parent, like, I agree, the education has been maintained, all of those programs. I feel like, we knew we'd have to, like, obviously, employees and stuff are the largest part of our budget, and we know we have to pay them better, like, we're not gonna keep that at a certain level, so I feel like I'm wondering that even what I'm seeing now is like, even if we do the increase, we're still at a deficit, and it looks like no room to do things like making improvements at South, and so even if we do the tax increase and we get some of this money back, and I also know too, there's a bit of luck to the future too, I mean, maybe there will be some federal funding that comes through that we can capitalize on. It doesn't look like it though, if anything, it looks like we're maybe losing more money in the near future, and so, and we couldn't have predicted that either, yeah.
I think we're on our own.
Yeah, okay, so my question then becomes, like, I understand how we are where we are, and I appreciate all the work that's been done to maintain the district as well as it's being maintained. But what's it gonna take now to turn this? I mean, are we looking that it's gonna take us 5 or 6 years to build up enough money in our capital projects to do a bigger project? Or is there an option to do the bond route again? How long are we stuck here?
So, if a major capital project came into play and we had to do something, we could borrow money. But now you're adding debt service to your general fund
Yeah.
budget, and so in order to add that to your general fund budget, you either have to have the revenue to pay for it, or
Right.
you have to cut expenditures from somewhere else, right? If you remember last month, I presented a 3-year look ahead. This wasn't a 1-year and done issue. Expenses are gonna continue to rise, and revenues are gonna continue to get tighter, I think.
I agree.
And that's what we showed. And we have certain things in place like employment contracts, collective bargaining agreements that require us to meet certain, obligations that we put in place and have agreed to. So there's really no way around those unless we begin to reduce positions. And believe me, under this administration, we are looking at every position that opens with a projected at 3.8 next year, Chris,
That's
just
right.
4 this year.
And there isn't any possibility that it's gonna go the other direction. I mean, I'm trying to look at the formula to see,
Year
it's all
before,
gibberish to me.
year before it was 5.3.
Right, yeah, I saw that.
It went from 5.3 to 4. I mean, you can see it's decreasing with the economy and so forth, and the growth is slowed. So I think it's gonna keep going down. So it's gonna continue to squeeze us, in the future. So this slide and the next slide is just it is each of the budgets that we set with department heads, principals and department heads and went through. And you can see where they're at the last 2 years, where they're at this year, where they're asking to be at 25, 26, and what the changes are. You can see the business office budget's up $667,000. That's where we budget for the substitute increases. That's what that is, which I talked to you about earlier in regarding the professional services. So that's the really big one on that one. The next group of budgets, pupil services is up 1.3 million. That's the special education budget. That's not salaries and benefits. So the rest of that 3.4 million increase in pupil services is salary and benefits. And you can see that, our elementary schools, our middle schools, they don't have very big budgets. Our elementary school, we were running on $40,000 budgets. Now that doesn't include their salaries and benefits, any cost for their people, but their operating budgets they're not big. So we're not free spending.
No, I know we're not, there just has to be more concern, because it's gonna we have to keep it even tighter.
Yes.
Yeah, and now, I am worried that, obviously, no one wants to cut programs, and I understand, the effort of replacing more experienced staff with newer, and obviously there's a beauty to bringing in new blood and new vigor, but that might not always be the best either. Some of these classes might need a more experienced teacher and stuff, and even in that, we're talking maybe $10,000 in the overall scheme. It's not a lot, but I don't want us to have to limit ourselves to only hiring someone with less experience, because we literally have no money to do more than that. That's what's making me nervous. And I know you will all figure it out, but I'm just from our responsibility for the district, and from our, more the board than admin, where how do we plan the next few years then to try and turn this? Yeah.
And I would throw out, just think about this, a 4% increase over 8 years is 0.5% per year.
Mm-hmm.
So we could have done it in 0.5% per year, or we could do it in 4% in 1 year. But we would have taken it before we needed it, and I struggle with that. This is just fund balance, but this one is not updated for the numbers that Tim went over tonight. So we'll get this one updated once we get the audit report from him and are able to do that. This is
Jordan.
just Peaser's
Hold on a
rates.
sec. Can you go back?
Yep.
You were looking at the future retirement rate increase. That's the one you were.
That's the one we were just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where it's at now. It's at 3 point.
That's the end of 2023, at the end of 2024, it'll be a little lower than that.
So it's been being taken down.
Just Peaser's rates, you can see the increases are starting to level off to roughly $200 and some thousand a year. And again, the rate in 31, 32 is still at 37.59%. And that's their last, that's as far then this is just the rates again. Outstanding considerations, property and general liability insurance, what we have in is an estimate. I don't expect much change. They're usually pretty good on their first estimates. School bus funding in this budget is $1,040,000. And you heard from Jessica tonight, we do have a budgetary reserve for unforeseen expenses of $337,000. We carried that number for quite a number of years. It's not a big number when you look at the total budget of $160+ million. Other things that can impact expenditures, road events on electricity, natural gas, gasoline, diesel, and heating oil. We're at the whim of the market. We will try to buy as much of those things on the open market, and we try to strike when the prices are low. And we try to put our diesel fuel, our gasoline, our heating oil all in place when the market is where we think it's the lowest for the year. But that's that's always using a crystal ball. Sometimes we do really well with that, and sometimes we buy and then the market goes down. Requested new positions, staffing changes, all open for discussion by the administration, and we're still talking about that. The tech school budget you saw tonight, you saw the potential impact with that moving forward in the future years with added positions and programs and so forth. Debt service drop off, that number is in the budget. It's in the budget current year, and I have it in for next year. Any potential legislation, I would really love to see a charter school tuition cap. I mean, everybody would. They've been talking about it for about 10 years. The State Auditor General put out an audit report last week which showed excessive reserve in cyber charter schools, from 4 charter schools, cyber charter schools that were looked at. And by the way, where we have an 8% cap, they have no cap. They can squirrel away as much money as they want.
Really?
No cap. They have reserves in the hundreds of millions of dollars.
Money.
And can we advertise?
That's
Can we
Serious
advertise?
question.
Yeah, we can advertise, but there was one change in the law last summer, that, if we advertise, we, along with cyber charter schools, public school districts, at the end of the fiscal year, have to do a report to the Department of Education, what we advertised for and what funds we spent on that. So that was really that was trying to get at the cyber charter schools who were advertising, saying that tuition was free.
Yep.
When really the tuition was being paid for by your local public school district.
Right.
You're taking money from the local public school district.
I mean, it was one of those.
So they applied the rule to everyone, not just the cyber charter.
So without the cap, for a cyber charter school, if there's a student or someone that's like more expensive, and it's more than we get paid with the per student rate that we get from like the state and government, we just absorb that.
Absolutely.
Like it's taking money from other kids.
We lose it all. Regular ed kid leaves and goes to cyber charter school, costs us over $15,000 a year. If a special ed kid, no matter what the services are they need, it costs us $39,000 a year.
Yeah.
And a kid may need a half hour of speech a week, costs us $39,000.
That's rigged. Rigged against.
What's our budget price per student?
Yeah.
Like what do we fund per student? I thought it was like 11, but I don't know.
It's our cost for a building. We're in 10 or 11. Yeah, we're in 10 or 11. We looked at that. I just don't remember the number off the top of my head.
Are the salaries of the people running charter schools public, or is
I
that?
don't think so.
Many of those are run by private companies.
Well paid.
Well paid.
And well paid.
So minimum wage teachers and well-paid admin.
Extremely well paid.
Owners, well paid owners, it's like they're privatized, they're owners, they're people who.
It's looking like a good retirement job for me.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Just kidding.
That is not fair to the rest of us, I'll tell you that. It is
Yeah.
robbing us of a lot of money.
Yeah, that report came out and it's hopefully it ruffles enough feathers in Harrisburg that something gets done with the cap this year.
Yeah, that would be nice.
That would be very nice. It would help us tremendously on the expenditure
Yeah.
side.
That's the same thing with mandated costs.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Exactly the same thing.
It's a mandated cost.
It's a mandated cost,
Yeah.
and there's other mandated costs that the
That they
government
don't
could take care of as well,
Yes.
and he hasn't.
That's the end of my presentation.
Any other questions?
You know, just make a general comment, like, I appreciate your questions, Leah, I feel like they were, good questions to know, like, if we were to raise taxes every year. I'm in no shape wanting to cut any programs or anything like that. But I'm not there yet to I feel like, you know, like Sean, you mentioned during the tech budget with the fund balance, the 807 wanting to go back to the districts, and obviously we would only get a percentage of that because it's split between 3 schools. But then when you look at our fund budget, and we have 16 million, like, I feel like we do have, I still feel like we're so comfortable. I feel like there are other reserve places where we could take money from. And I don't feel personally if we were gonna make cuts and try to look for places, I don't think it would necessarily have to be programs. I would like us to, and I know it would take a while, but to look at certain things that maybe we might not use as often as maybe we should, and then do we need some of the things, like, I don't know why, because Screencastify is great, but like an example like that, if teachers aren't using it, maybe
We
that's.
got rid of screencast.
Okay, perfect, so that, there's
This
an
year.
example, so just something like that would be great to see, like, because I didn't know that, because there was a few years ago, we still, and I asked, are teachers still using it, so that's good to know. I'm also a proponent, I would love to do a feasibility study at some point, I would love our facilities to, so I know that there's gonna be some big ticket items coming up, and I would love to see like plans for that, I don't know if I guess I'm just speaking like openly for tonight's our first go around, I just don't know if I'm there quite yet to feel like as the nervousness, is it this year? I know it's inevitable, but is it this year? I don't know.
I'm going to answer part of your question, or attempt to. We talk about projects. So right now, our engineering firm, ICS, is conducting a feasibility study. And that'll be more for internal, you know, the buildings. We have a director of athletics and activities position posted right now. The interview, the deadline is March 12th, and we will begin conducting interviews. Part of that, in my travels with parents and speaking with board leadership, and not the rest of the board just yet, is I do think we need to take a look at not only projects for the schools, but projects for as you pointed out, athletics. And question I get is, well, what's next? But I think we do need some professionals to come in, experts, to take a look at our existing facilities, outdoor facilities and land, to see what's actually possible. And then from there, we would formulate a committee next year, stakeholders comprised of school board members, coaches, parents, administrators, teachers, and student athletes. And really come up with a plan about what is feasible, what can we afford, and maybe some different options, a long-range plan. I mean, there's space over near North Middle School, where maybe that could become a dual baseball, softball field. These are very just, you know, us preliminarily looking at this, but it's going to take a very methodical and deliberate approach for us to figure out what, you know, what the school board's willing to approve, and we come up with some recommendations. So I would anticipate with a new director in and looking ahead to the future. So that answers part of your questionnaire, but we will certainly take a look inside the house here about what we can do to trim, you know, without compromising programs, and take your suggestions under advisement.
I agree, we're a long way from a final budget. We've been in this situation before. I think there's always areas where we can save money. I suggested that maybe involve the employees in finding, because they are the ones who identify waste sometimes. There may be savings that you can do with something like that. I do caution against using some of the balance, because that only buys us time. Like, we could take that $6 million from the debt project and make this all go away this year. But then next year, we're in a bigger hole, and then
There's
then
no money
we
for
can't
capital
catch up.
projects.
So it's nice, and maybe we use a part of it too. You know, it's part of the solution, maybe $500,000 or something like that. There's still some flexibility, but I still think, I agree, there's plenty of waste in the organization, not on purpose or anything, but just, so I challenge you all to go back and keep looking at it, because I think there's still some savings to be done.
I agree, I think that there is, but I also wanna highlight that I think it's amazing that we started with $9 million in deficit. We've already taken off 3 million, almost 4. So that's huge, it's not like we're just starting now, so that's great.
We
That
put
really is.
a lot of work into the budget before you guys ever see it.
Right, I can only imagine.
We spend hours upon hours on it before you guys ever, get a chance to see it. And, and we've never shown that before. We've never shown the effort before. This is the first time that we've shown that, so.
That's great, because a lot of work that you put into it, so definitely put it out so that, Thank you. I'm just gonna echo my concerns again, and not to be disparaging of the incredible work that is being done, but I feel like, our district, while we've done quite a bit to like pull in new staff, et cetera, I still feel like we have a ways to go to be really competitive with other districts around here, and I think that's just gonna move further and further away. And so I worry we're gonna hit a point of critical mass that, we're not gonna be able to catch up. And we are gonna lose staff because they're gonna get paid so much better, literally going 15 minutes down the street. And, I think there's money to be saved, but I don't know how we do it without cutting some significant programs or staff. And I mean, there was stuff that we knew was going away, and I feel like more is going to go away before things get given to us. So, I mean, they're talking about dismantling the Department of Education, so that would remove all federal funding, like things like that. And so, I think we need to be realistic that we're not gonna be getting more money anytime soon. And costs of almost everything are gonna go up. And, like, we all know staff here and teachers who are already buying all their own supplies and things. I just wanna be very careful of what we're asking of them, because I think they've already been tightening their belts a lot. And I know all the departments have too, like transportation, everyone's working incredibly within the budget that we've allowed. But nothing's gonna get cheaper. We're not gonna magically get more money anytime soon. And I just want us to really plan well for the future, and to not only just sustain, but to really make us competitive, like really make this a place, not really, because it is already, I'm not saying that it's not, but like a district that people look at and they're like, wow, Pembridge has got cutting edge technology, and Pembridge has really cool programs, and we're competing, not just fiscally with our staff, but also academically, all of that. And that all costs money. Like, we're doing a lot with volunteers, but it all costs money too, eventually. So that's my concern, and I don't mean it to be disparaging to all the work that's been done the last 8 years and is still being done, to Carolyn's point, like money you've already found, that's incredible. I think it's gonna get worse before it gets better.
Benefits.
I would,
Benefits that we offer for our staff are amazing. And where else do you feel like, just picking your brain, where do you feel like another district offers like better programs, I guess, or in that regard? Like, I could see the salary thing maybe at some point as time goes on, but where do you feel like we lack there?
Who are you comparing
Right,
us to?
there you go.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
You got in the back of your mind, and this, I just see that you've got a, where you wanna go. So you wanna build a program, but you're basing it off of some other school district. And I could be wrong, but you're using other examples to where you want us to go. You've got a great conversation going on, I think it's good, but I got nothing to work off of. I'm dealing with this paper, but there's nothing there.
I'm not asking you to do it. What's your dream for Penridge? Like, so I think what this comes down to is, even if you ask me for an example, the first one that pops into my mind is that we're doing the new robotics club. And there are schools that sponsor that though, and these kids are doing incredible stuff. Our kids are doing incredible stuff too on a shoestring volunteer budget. And so we're going there and we're seeing what other districts are providing funding for.
Which districts? What districts?
Hatboro, Horsham is one of them. I don't know the others. I don't know if Quakertown has a robotics club. But I'm not talking about like Lower Marion. I'm literally talking right around here. And so there are things we can be doing to just keeping that momentum. I'm not talking about like a complete faceless left of Penridge, but like saying like we want to invest in improving.
Barris is on the right track for that, and us as well. I feel like we're getting to that point with pathways.
Well, I want to
Well,
speak
I mean,
to
I get that.
robotics for a second, because that is, the
I'm
robotics
not
club
trying
was
to
formed.
criticize.
No, but it was
No, I
formed,
didn't mean it.
I'm just saying we could be doing even better.
the
You know, like-
robotics club was formed this year, and, you know, in my past life as a high school principal, the robotics club was formed, they met after school. We eventually introduced a robotics course, and, in fact, I was looking at my phone the other day, and I have a picture of a kid with a robot on my desk in 2018. He won a competition. So I think it's in its embryonic state. I don't want us to go like, okay, we have a club, and now I think they competed last weekend or two ago. They had a good showing at Hatboro Horsham. I think for next year's program of studies with this STEM lab that we're building in high school, we introduce a course and get that board approved and make sure it's budgeted for. And I don't want anyone to think there's a blockade to robotics. You know, I think that is something of the future and for us right now. And if we're taking a look at EDR, if we need to, identify a coach and go through the process. So, but our kids are doing a fantastic job with robotics, and I'd love to see it grow with popularity. So if there's interest there, the kids vote with their feet, and clearly there's interest. They've been to a couple of school board meetings, and they're excelling. So we definitely like to get behind these kids so they're competitive.
I agree with all that, and that all costs money, right?
Yes.
So and even though we didn't spend it this year, that's fine, but I just mean like, if we wanna keep this kind of momentum
Sure.
behind these things because we do have students with incredible ideas. I mean, even the musicals, like, the students and the parents pay for most of that. Like, we have a highly motivated community, a highly motivated student body, and I feel like we're already tight. And so I'm worried. It's just what it boils down to.
All right,
I would just ask one thing, to anyone, in the public, in the board, anywhere. You have a specific area where you think we're wasting money, please tell me. Dan and I will run it down. We will find it. We'll figure it out. We'll look for it. If you guys, if there are places where you feel we're wasting money, please tell us. Please tell us. We'll look. We will look.
no, I appreciate it. I'm asking all the people in the school who see it, not necessarily us.
No, I
We're
think
outside.
throwing it out there.
Yeah.
Anyone.
That's
No, we're just,
generous. I don't think we're gonna fight.
Everybody knows where to find me.
Yeah.
And we're happy to look. We're happy to look. Any concern anyone has?
And, and not, but in answer to your question, like, we should have a vision for Penridge. Like, where do we wanna go in the next 4 years? Do we want to?
I don't,
Separate
and I don't
discussion.
Like,
disagree
there
with
are
that.
things,
And
yeah.
I said before, we need a vision, and I know Angela's working on it,
we have a
Yeah.
to
pretty
do
good plan.
studies on our infrastructure. I'm more concerned about that than anything else,
Well, that all,
but that's,
not free too.
yeah, that's exactly
All
right,
cost studies,
that's,
so
that's expensive.
we're saying the same thing. It's just wonder, like, I don't think any of us see things getting cheaper anytime soon, so.
But again, you look at it from the robotics standpoint, I want to see, something from a drone standpoint.
Go for it.
That-
Wouldn't that be
that's-
wonderful?
You can only do so much. And I mean, Yeah.
Bob, I'm not
Excuse me,
proposing
just a sec.
unrealistic
Yeah, we got another
ideas.
meeting.
We have two
No, wait,
more
I'm just gonna
meetings
finish my thought on this. I'm not proposing unrealistic ideas on things. I'm saying that there's already students and faculty who are highly motivated, and we do not wanna stifle that because they, on top of what they're trying to do, have to fundraise, have to find their own rides, like all that stuff. So I like the approach of try it out first on your own, let's see what kind of momentum we get behind it. I think that's a good approach.
Yeah.
And then if we can help with it, that's great, but there are districts that will start off with, here's some budget for you. And it's not gonna be everything, but it's something. And so if we wanna keep up, if we wanna compete academically, these are things that a lot of students are starting college with these sort of skills, and we wanna make sure our students are too. So I'm not being anything anyone wants, that's very dismissive. I'm saying there are already good ideas that we need to keep implementing that are not free.
Thank you, Sean. That wraps up the finance meeting. Facilities, we just keep rolling. Yeah, next is facilities. Oh, the next meeting, you're right, I forgot. The next finance committee meeting is scheduled for April 14th, 2025. Now, facilities?
Oh, it's my turn?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, pick up.
Oh, right. Pretty late.
Let me pull over. So, real quick, before I get into, we don't need public comment, do we?
Is there any public comment?
Anybody else?
Public comment?
Yeah, I don't think
No
so.
one's
Yeah,
signed
You
it.
guys know? Okay, we're good.
Alright, I was down to the robotics competition, just to jump back on that for a second. The things that those kids did down at Royal Horsham, I mean, they should be proud of what they did. I was not expecting what I saw when I got down there. The level of robotics that's really robots that these kids had was astonishing, and the fact that our team competed on the level that they did, I think was absolutely a testament to the types of students that we have in the district. So I'm looking forward to the next competition, and hopefully Roller Rams can keep making games. With that being said, facilities, we have a professional services to design and bid removal of an underground storage tank at Bedminster Elementary. Who wants to take that?
You good?
Yeah, so we have the contract here for environmental control systems. So this is for them going and putting out the removal of the underground tank over at Bedminster Elementary out to bid. And then on the back of it, there is a breakdown of all the by task and what each task could possibly result in cost depending on what's found.
So this is the winning bid? Or
No, this is just a cost breakdown for them to go out to bid, so they haven't put it out yet.
okay.
So ECS is overseeing that.
ACS is overseeing the process.
They're our environmental company that we've used for years.
And so the cost of bidding for them is $12,000.
They'll develop the project to get the bid, and this is their fees for that.
This is one we were going to use, what's gonna be done by,
It is still being done, the new tank and the pad and everything for the new tank is being done under SiteLogic's contract.
okay.
That's their
This
last
is-
project with us. This is
This is
to remove,
The old, or
or,
that's what's pulling out of that, and we're doing it here.
yeah.
Okay, that's it. Okay.
Even if, we always would have used this company to do the removal because they do the environmental piece. SiteLogic would not have done the removal part. We would have used this company.
Oh, okay.
So there's nothing different there.
That's what I thought.
Remember that one?
Alright.
And then we have the ICS administration services for the summer of 2025 projects. That's the breakdown of the agreement projects.
They took out everything about design because they didn't design it.
Correct.
So that's why it's modified right now.
Yep.
But is that gonna create any issues? If there's issues that are come up during the installation? Since they didn't design it, or sort of like a finger pointing thing?
Well, there would be only one person to finger point to, and that's the contractors,
Okay.
because they designed it, so.
The contractors designed it and.
Yeah,
okay, they're
ICS
just
is-
managing it.
ICS's job is to come in and help us manage it over the summer,
Okay.
so that Craig can focus. Craig will be involved, but Craig needs to focus on getting school ready for the next year and doing the other projects that he talked about in his budget tonight. So,
Yeah, I would still be involved in checking in with the projects and making
Right.
sure everything's progressing along, but it would be them alongside me in that effort.
Now, they can also do these other services in the future.
yes,
Yeah. But this was.
yeah.
Alrighty. So,
Do we move on to the ICS one? Right, I like that.
Yeah.
There's multiple questions there, so. The ICS administration services for 25.
Yep, that's the one we just did.
yeah, we just
Yeah.
did that one.
That's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Is there any
The dust collection system in the high school STEM room. Price quote.
So there should be a quote for $90,943. So that is the quote proposed for the new dust collection system that would be in the formerly metal shop, but now wood shop. So I believe the room number is 249.1 here in the high school.
one over 40?
Was that a bid project?
It's a co-star
It was a
bid.
CoStar, I did see the
Yeah.
CoStar number on
Yep.
it, so.
Mhm.
So did you get multiple co-stars bid, or you just?
We had two.
You
We had two different companies look at it, and the first company, they wanted it to go with an indoor system. We weren't comfortable with that, and Bob Hunter from ICS was here with us, and he did a great, job with that. But we had a lot of concerns with the indoor system. So we changed the whole plan to an outdoor system, which is what this quote is for. The indoor system at the first company would not have worked for us, and we would not have been able to use all of the equipment that our curriculum calls for us to use. So we're putting an outdoor system in.
And so we only have one quote for an outdoor system?
We have one state
you're-
bid
You're
for,
allowed to do that?
we're allowed to do that.
I think that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, I think we found the right company.
An access control of Kelly Brothers.
So this is about so Kelly Brothers was a group that was awarded the bid for the door project this summer. This is for a change order that is in reference to electric being run in the North Middle School doorway. This is for the purpose of electric being run in the door frame so that card access readers can be added on after the fact. To try to do this afterwards, after all the work would be completed, it would be a waste of time, and also it was straining on our electrician to do it afterwards. That's why the part time to do it is now during the renovation project during the summer.
So that's running wire from the box to the.
It's running wire through,
control.
down through the door frames while they're rebuilding everything and installing everything. They can run the electric during the process.
And all of the, just going back to the summer stuff, there's anything there in this summer work that we can do in-house? Or is it all, everything's getting subbed out?
All those projects,
Yeah,
yeah, they're all,
subbed out.
Mhm.
So there isn't anything on there that we could potentially cost cut that haven't done in-house?
No, our guys wouldn't be able to do that, the complete restoration of that whole entranceway.
Well, I'm just looking at like the, replacement of the engine block heater, power stations, like,
Not with what's been involved with the project. We have electrical units that are, so they're tearing out the cement, parking island immediately behind the transportation building. That's all being tore out. While that's out, they have to have electrical units installed in the ground, which the bus block heaters would be installed into, and then power is being run to the building. And then it's also gonna create the ability for extra security measures to be installed in the building. So because of the intricacy of what has to happen, that's why it's being contracted out.
Gotcha. I think that is it. Super quick. The next facilities committee meeting is scheduled for April 14th.
Policy. Does anyone have public comment on policy? So first agenda item, as always, is the policy update plan. So, I don't know if everyone has it. We are going to go through surveys today and updates to sabbatical leave. The responsible contractor policy, I think this is something maybe we need to have a meeting again, just to see where that is with one of the things Jordan had brought up was a cell phone usage, and so what I was hoping is we could just get an idea of like what were some of the thoughts around that, is it a cell phone usage for like during class time or in the building, or just what are some of your ideas around it? Is there a policy that you've seen somewhere that you think is a good one for us to start from, or?
Do you wanna discuss it now?
Well, I'm just gonna get a feel for what you're looking for, so that way.
You know, I mean, again, this isn't something that, you know, has to go forward if there's not a, you know, whatever, in favor for it. My thing is just, you know, cell phones obviously can cause a lot of, you know, inconveniences and a lot of, for lack of a better word, drama that doesn't necessarily have to happen. I always, you know, think, I feel blessed that I don't have to do that in my younger ages. So I just didn't know if there was something that would be helpful to, I don't know, even teachers, principals, administration, if there's anything, if there was something put in place that would be more helpful to get through the day better. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe not necessarily a physical policy, maybe, I don't know. Again, it's just like, I don't have like, not a hard set, I just don't.
I think what you just said though, I'm wondering if this is a student services more, where maybe, because I mean, we had the iSmart training that we were gonna do, that's kind of part of it, but maybe this falls more under student services committee where we can get a feel from some of the staff and be like, you know, what do you think the problems are in the classroom with cell phones? And then it kind of ties even into what we were talking about with bullying and all that, like how it's totally different in the cell phone phase, whereas opposed to like saying something to someone's face, how much easier it is just to like say something terrible through a phone. And, you know, Angela made the point a while ago, that even if stuff that happens on the weekends still drifts into the school day, yeah. So I don't know, do we feel like?
Well, it could end up being an AR to the cell phone.
Right,
policy,
but I'm wondering if maybe
the
it's.
idea is whether we wanna change it or not. A lot of the sub-schools that are going with complete no cell phone the whole school.
Then how, that's what I would be interested in,
there's a
because
lot
you have
of-
to buy in, like, how do you do that? Because if one classroom teacher doesn't bother them as much, not that kids are on their phone all the time, but it's hard if you go to like Miss Thrasher's room and she's kind of okay, but then you go to Miss, I'm gonna butcher your name.
Sharina.
Thank you, Sharina. And, it's like, you're like really strict, it's like, well, we're allowed to have it in Miss Thrasher's room, like, you know, that, like, those are hard things. that you're up
Right now, I know
against.
some have pockets. Some
Right,
teachers
and I
have
know that
pockets,
some teachers do that
and
already.
others don't, and, right.
Well, and some of them are, they're used during class even, like they're part of.
Right.
like-
Yeah, there are QR codes when
Right.
you come in school, the students will be able to use their phones for attendance. Their
Yeah.
ID will be on there, so
It's
before we
always good
say a ban, I think we need to really look at this methodically, and
Right.
I think it could live in student services. And we take a look at, you know, an AR, and I know that this is addressed in the student handbook.
Right.
Now, and to have, you know, my objective would be to teach responsible,
Yeah.
an appropriate cell phone usage. And you know, you raise a good point, if there are some staff who maybe has an award, like you can go on your device,
Right.
or I know some students will take a photograph of the screen of the PowerPoint notes, so it's not always tomfoolery or inappropriate use of phones. It can be appropriate as well. So I think we need to take a look at it and, you know, pump the brakes a little bit. I know the book's out, Anxious Generation. Lee Rush, I'm 3/4 of the way through since our last meeting. Okay, I'm getting.
Well,
I'm not
I mean, but
suggesting that we change it, I'm just saying we should look
Just
into
look
it.
into
Sure,
it.
sure.
Get the
That's-
teachers' feedback and see if they think it's okay or not. I mean, that's the ones I value the most. If they don't think it's an impediment, then how do we tell them what to do?
Well, I mean, to echo that statement, I think it's a hard place to be in because there's pros and cons.
Right.
And, you know, you don't want the kids on the devices in the middle of class texting friends or doing Snapchat, but at the same time, you know, I can go at work and pull up the entire electrical code book.
Right.
So there's so much integration and these kids are working towards, careers that have technological integration where, I mean, when I first started as an electrician, you weren't allowed to use your phone for anything. And suddenly everybody's like, well, you can learn how to bend a conduit in a certain way and how much wiring you want to pipe, and all these things were built into the career. So it's kind of hard to like take that tool away from them because that's what it is, it's a tool, but you also need to be able to like limit the amount of consequential use that they have. And I don't know where that balance
I
gets
know.
struck.
And it's hard to like, it's a tough one, and that's where I feel at the same time, like, when I sent the email, then I like second guess myself sometimes, because I'm like, there's so many things that you guys have to do, and I don't want, not that this is like bogging down, because it's definitely can be like an issue, but I just don't want it to keep from like, I don't know, moving forward with pathways and taking some of the time. I don't know what, like, maybe it's a like,
I like it too. I think it's a good, because even as a parent with kids with phones, like that, you know, when we were talking about the presentation that was supposed to be next week, like, I am a total dope when it comes to what my kids are doing on the phone. I think I know what's going on, and then I'm like, what is that? You know, where did this come from? And so, that's the only reason why I'm thinking student services is where we wanna go first, because to your point, phones are in everything now. They're in instruction, but they're also deeply embedded in social stuff. And so, maybe it's not like a one policy thing, but we look at it, break it into the sections that make sense, and if part of it does, like, if we are talking to staff who were like, I actually would love a phone policy, it would help us a lot, then it comes back to policy that's about phones in the classroom, like that piece of it for instructional use, but phones for, I don't know, what's safe, bullying, how to help with that is obviously not a policy, but it would be something that we'd still be addressing. Like, cause I think it is, phones are, I'm literally on my phone even while we're here talking, you know, like, 'cause I'm tackling stuff with my mom, and like, everyone's always on them, so maybe it's just a matter.
You shouldn't be talking to your mom. No, but I really like what Chris had to say, it's
Yeah.
a tool.
Yeah.
In the business world, it's a tool. And if the kids are gonna understand that from a classroom instruction by saying, this is a tool, it's not a play toy.
Yeah.
It's really a tool. I mean, I think that's the direction you gotta go. And I think you've gotta establish some kind of rules and regs. I think it's important.
It's a tool
And
to
you know-
us,
and you know
it's
what?
much more to them.
Let me just add this real
It's,
quickly. From a business standpoint, I went to a local pizza store in Doylestown. So I'm getting some slices. And it's a slow time, and I'm talking to the owner. And he says to me, hey, I know him real well, it's Nate. So I said, hey, how you doing today? He goes, I've had it. I said, what do you mean you had it? These kids will not get off their damn phones. They won't do any work. And he says, I had 3 of them today. I told them, if you can't get off the phone, leave the job.
oh, that he worked.
And they turned around and walked out. They left.
Get another one.
Yeah, that's in big doors now. They just walked out. He says, I lost 3 employees today.
Pembroke
They
students?
wouldn't get up there.
Well,
But
so,
I mean, it's drastic,
yeah.
but that's really what it's all about. It is a tool. They need to know when they can use a tool and when they can't.
Right, so to your point, like,
Sure.
I don't really wanna put this down either, like, I do feel like it's something we need to start talking about,
Right.
but I'm in the same way, I'm not sure, like, maybe we just put a pin in one of them and start there and see where it goes, like, I don't know, like, what do you think with the student services aspect?
I mean, I agree with Angela said, let's see what we have.
Okay.
Get some information and then really go from there, because I
Okay.
definitely like the whole tool, it is, you definitely don't wanna say, no, I wouldn't ever use the word ban of it, because there's tools that's needed for certain things, but then there's other things that there could be some type of rule, or, and just to kind of look at what we have now, and then how, what we're looking at, I think that's, would be a good start, and we can,
Okay, so I'm gonna keep it on the policy update kind of as like a placeholder for it, in case there's something that really like comes around and there's like a policy, even bullying policy, like that's something that's more focused on that part of it. And then we can get information, but just so we don't lose sight of things. Anything else that I think, well, Justin agreeing, I was just hanging out there forever, yeah. But, is there any other ideas or policies that people wanted to discuss? Oh, or add to the list, I should say. Going once, going twice. So, okay, next is first read. The first one up is surveys. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Johnson.
So the first part of this policy relates to the purpose. And you can see what we've eliminated. And I want to go back to kind of how we framed other policies that we've done since my tenure began at Penridge, is to focus on what we want to see, not what we don't want to see within a policy. So we eliminated language about controversial and focused on third-party surveys under purpose, and we also looked at this policy set forth guidelines regarding the administration of third-party surveys. The second piece of this is we eliminated language related to marketing purposes, protected information, because that's directly addressed through PPRA, Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, which is right underneath in the definitions, where we actually didn't make any amendments to that because that information's protected by this particular amendment. So I'll give everyone a moment to look at that.
It's a federal, PPRA.
Mhm. So as you can see, it focuses on a lot of different areas, from religious practices, legally recognized privileges, relationships, income, all information that is protected under PPRA. If you look down after number 8, you see a significant number of deletions. And that again relates to our focus as a recommendation to the board to really look at what we want to see with surveys. And later, when we look at authority in other areas under this policy, you'll see a recommendation to defer to the superintendent and the cabinet in identifying surveys that are helpful for our students and are going to help us glean information that can be connected to school culture, school climate, academic success, and resources within our school community. And again, removing the language about controversial. So I'll let that sit for a moment. And you'll see the same language being deleted under authority as well. Again, regarding controversial surveys and controversial issues being a part of those surveys. And shortly we'll get into and we can discuss student surveys, because often, as I think many of us know, as parents, you realize that in courses such as AP Statistics, possibly psychology, AP Psychology, there may be AP Research, where Capstone, where students will want to initiate surveys which are purely voluntary in nature. Not a third-party survey, but a student survey. Again, where students have the ability to either not respond to the survey or not respond to certain questions on the survey that's student generated, which again is different from a third-party survey.
So this policy is just third-party surveys, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So this would not be given by any teachers, this would be outside.
Correct. Third-party survey, correct, yes.
And then my question is, because the way that, at least I'm reading it, and I could be wrong, the way that I'm reading it is it'll only be told to families, or they'll only be notified once in the beginning of the year, is that correct? Or will it be like it says, the superintendent or designee shall notify parents and guardians and students under delegation of responsibility. Guardians and students of, says, this policy and its availability, the specific or approximate dates during the school year when activities described above are scheduled or expected to be scheduled, how to opt their child out, and then how to request access to any survey. This notification shall be given annually at the beginning of each school year. So if a third-party
Ms. Flanagan, where did you jump down?
Sorry.
Delegation.
The delegation of responsibility,
It's like the bottom.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna go to that
It's
section.
pretty much the last page.
I can see where that could be unclear and vague. So the way you interpreted this is parents would have an opportunity at the beginning to opt in or opt out. And that they wouldn't get an additional notification that, for example, the pay survey will be issued in the fall.
right, or like in the
So-
spring.
We would need to clear that up, that principals, we would never do that. We would make sure that we notify the parents of any third-party survey
Is that
ahead of time. The
all
principal,
30?
all third-party
So that should be
surveys.
in there.
Yeah, so we'll make that,
We can make it.
So
Yeah,
like, let's
that's
say
the
it was
purp-
gonna,
Go
in
ahead.
your mind, how would it play out? Let's say the pay survey was gonna be coming up in April, but we knew that we were gonna do it in the beginning of the year. Like, would you say it in the beginning of the year, would you say it?
I'm confused when you say beginning of the year, if it's in April.
Because I guess it
September.
says annually, so in my mind, like,
Okay,
it's
we
when
need to
school
clean
starts.
that
Okay.
piece up right
So it would
there.
only be, you're only gonna ask the parents before surveys, we're not gonna have the beginning of the year.
Correct.
So it would be
There you go.
short time to when it's gonna be
Yes.
administered, so
Okay.
it'd be
Well-
close together.
I actually think we should do it both ways.
Well, let's do it both
Yeah,
ways.
yeah,
Let me,
it's a lot.
I'm like triangulating here. So let me do, let's have a notification
Mhm.
where the parents they have to, help me out here, opt
Opt out.
out, okay? So a parent would go in, click, I'm opting my son or daughter out of this any survey.
And that would be in the email?
No,
That-
that actually isn't what we're proposing, you're, well, I don't know, but,
In Power School,
yeah,
In
that
the
was,
beginning is what you're
in the
saying.
beginning of the year.
I think we took that.
that wasn't what, oh, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, or.
No, because he's saying to opt out, like,
Out.
what we were saying was opt in, people had to opt in.
No, I know, but I still feel like it was more, my understanding of it was like, if we know pays is coming in April, at the beginning of the year, we would be like, here's our policy, you're allowed to opt your child out of any survey.
Yeah.
We're planning on doing this survey and that, but I think to your point, and then how they can opt out. Like, I didn't think we were talking about having the blanket question at the beginning of the year, we wanna opt out
We
of all
have
surveys.
parents that will opt their children out of being photographed and
Yeah.
posted on social media, so
Right.
I don't see any harm in having the survey component in there as an added layer. And then right before we do, let's say, the pay survey in the spring, have another opportunity when the principal sends out a notification and to remind.
To that same, so let's just say, for example, I opted out initially in the Power School.
Mhm.
And I've already said I'm opting out, am I still gonna get that email saying,
Yes.
hey, do you wanna?
Sure.
I
You
think,
should.
so,
Kids should.
So what's the purpose of marking opting out if I'm still going to be given
You
that
have to
email?
respect.
But it-
Yeah.
well, because you think about the people who may miss it.
Another email.
Someone may miss
You
it.
Right.
think about the
They miss
people
what?
who missed that early notification.
The Power School?
Yeah.
But you can't miss it when you're in Power School because it'll say
Right.
you have to click on all of that. Like they're saying every year that we have to go in there and do their things like with the photograph and you can't, it'll tell you, go back, it's red, you have to click something.
Okay. But I still think it's good practice to allow parents down the line leading up to, so let's say, whatever survey, third-party survey occurs in February, principals will send out a notification reminding and informing parents, hey, we're gonna do this survey, and still have a mechanism to opt out. Meaning contact the principal or the school counselor to say, I don't want my child to participate. Let's say, I know you said they can't avoid it in Power School, but this is just a guardrail.
Yeah.
So-
An added layer to get people to have the ability to opt out.
I mean, I don't know.
So let's say I opt out.
Right.
And then I get that email later on, now survey's gonna be happening.
Yep.
And I say, oh, okay, I'm okay with that. Do
But
I?
you change your mind.
Yes, so then do I have to email you?
You have to let us know because your
But
child
what
will
if
not
I
get
forgot
To
that
let
I
us
had
know.
originally opted out? You see what I'm saying? Like, what if I had forgotten originally that I had opted out and you just gave this information to the survey? Like, oh, that sounds fine, but then my kid's not gonna get it.
But I would rather give a second, and again, this is your policy, but I'd rather give a
Yeah.
second notification
Yeah,
to a parent.
Because they won't remember some of the stuff. They need.
Yeah, but in your scenario, you're absolutely 100 correct, but again, I think it's important that we give every opportunity because we're changing from an opt-in, it's been an opt-in
right.
for a period of time, and now we have an opt-out because we're making that change. And this is something that possibly could be amended a year or two from now, where you say, all right, well, everybody knows we're an opt-out institution, now we don't have to go to that second notification, but right now, I think it's important just to have that as a reminder for people.
Redundancy doesn't cost us anything, right?
Yeah, you know, I'm just trying to figure out.
It's a click in Power School.
Conflicting information. So I thought we were doing it like on a survey by survey basis. And so, and the purpose was to kind of go back to how it was done, that as PAYS was coming up,
Mhm.
you know, like PAYS is coming in April, and then that gives the parent an opportunity to review it. Like, I think the difficulty in doing it at the beginning of the year is if we're doing like 2 or 3 surveys and they say they wanna look at all of them before they make their decision,
And they cert, yeah,
then and then what if they only wanted to opt out of one of them? Then how do they answer that question? Like, the beginning of the year really only worked when it was opt-in. You know, I think as opt-out, I don't know if it'll work as well. In the
Well, how many
beginning of the year,
surveys?
it's like blanket statement, I wanna opt my child out of all third-party surveys.
this is just,
Yeah,
I
what-
think
what are we
us
talking
here, I think we wanna start with PAYS. I don't know of any other survey, third-party wise, that we're even considering.
So this
PAYS
isn't a
is it.
big problem. So if we just do it before each one. If it's one a year, then skip Power School.
So it's fresh in their mind.
Because because they don't even know what survey, if it's only one, if we're doing 20 of them, I could understand.
I can
If we're
assure
doing
you,
one, let's just keep it simple. Ask before the survey, and then,
I can't guarantee much, but I can almost assure you, we will not be inundating kids with
third
surveys
party.
that are gonna take instructional time away. So we also have to balance that.
That's a good point.
Piece
Can we
of-
simplify it then and just go with,
You know what, the only thing, The only thing that I do like, because you're right, Carolyn, you can't go, like, if you don't answer the question, the registration, you have to go back. So at the same time, I appreciate that because I feel like I get where like maybe opt-in isn't successful or opt-out because either people forget to do it, you get busy, you don't have time to look at it, and then shoot, or you look at it and then you forget to go back to it. So then it's hard, like maybe you either did or didn't want your child to do it, but then you don't have that, like, in the registration, it brings you back to make you aware. And I feel like most people do know in the community how they feel about the pays or not, or a third party versus if it's an educational survey. So it just feels that at least it has that protection to be like, you have to answer this, do you? And then you're covered, and it's not like anybody feels like they misses it. And I know you guys know that I feel differently on the pays. I get that, but I really am trying to see it from your all's point. I know that it could be super helpful. I spoke with Ernst, about it as well, and just asked, like, where does he feel like it's beneficial? And I can see that, I can. But I see it sometimes on the other end where it can also be confusing for kids, especially at younger ages. So I struggle with that, but that's where I just feel like if you give, like, I hear what you're saying, it's good to have, like, right before the survey, because then it's like, it's happening. But if you don't have that, like, you can't move forward unless you answer the question, do you want your child to take this? Then that's where I struggle.
So that is essentially opt-in. Like, we're making them answer a question, we're now back to opting in.
I agree.
I'm just really concerned we're gonna lose a lot of data,
Well,
like
it
a lot of.
invalidates the data. If you don't have a certain percentage of the
Yeah.
population that participate, the data is invalidated.
Yeah, like, so what, if we're asking them to opt in or opt out, but we're forcing every single person to answer that question, it's opt in.
And I look at it like this also, like how going into when I was going into sixth grade, if I would have looked at that registration, opt in or opt out, let's say I'd be like, oh, I don't know what a third party is, I don't want them to do it, but I never knew what PACE was. So then in sixth grade, you guys have been great, is that you send the whole thing, so then I was able to see it. So some people may be opting out, not really even knowing what they're opting out for, but it's great how, at least in the past, how it's been, is that it was months before, the whole survey was given out to parents. Not just once, not just twice, so it gave us the ability to check and see, and if we wanted to, it was very clear, if you wanted to opt out, email your principal. It was very easy, and it was brought out to us many times if you wanted to, and it's in your face right there. As opposed to in the beginning, I had no idea, I didn't know what it
I don't
was.
recall that at all. You feel like you got, when we used to give the page, you feel like you had got multiple emails?
Absolutely, when we went to my son, he's the only one that's gone through it, I got it at least 2 times, and it was the whole, I mean, I had parents that were like, I'm not looking at that, they're just gonna do it. I looked at it, it was a lot, but,
I don't remember multiple notifications on it.
yeah.
Well, I think it's a good thing to do.
No,
That's what I was gonna say, if, again, I know we're not voting tonight or on anything, but if we're losing the part of not doing it in the beginning, like that checkbox, then I would love then if there was like an email in the beginning of
Yes.
the year, and then maybe 2 other communications, a reminder, grab any third party, not just pays, any third party, just because it's, by law, it's not under curriculum, so, it should be an option, and it should be very much clear that you have the option to opt your kid out if you want to. So there should be, and I would also love to push that forward, I wish we could, I know it says in the policy that you can ask upon request to see the survey questions, but I think if we are really gonna stand behind third-party surveys and we're gonna offer it to our students, I think it should be posted on our website somewhere. Then it's like, you can also request for it, but it should be there, all the questions, it should be.
But I know
But you
for
mean
PACE,
post the actual survey so
Yeah,
people
like
can
there should
read
be a
it?
spot.
I know for PACE, they
Digital.
emailed it to us, to
Do
the
they do
parents. I mean, I can only speak from my own personal experience, and we were able to read, I don't know if it was the year before, or whatever, but they were an example, but it was, and we were able to read all of the, and it wasn't, they emailed it to all the parents. So, I mean, I thought it was-
So
I
it
thought
sounds
that was
like
great.
where we're landing, but this is just my interpretation, is the beginning of the year, there'll be a schedule of, like, potential schedule of third-party surveys, probably just
Which
pays,
will be one
yes.
thing.
But it'll be the
Every other year.
schedule, or every other year, whatever. But it's just the
Wait.
schedule, the existence of this policy, and how you opt out. It's not gonna be a question at the beginning of the year, like, you can opt out of all third-party surveys or whatever here. And then a commitment to within a certain amount of time prior to the survey that we're gonna at least do one more communication. And I like the idea of posting it on the website, I mean, like, it doesn't
As
cost
long
us
as
anything,
you're allowed
like,
to do that.
Right.
yeah,
And that's a question we could certainly ask. I
Yeah.
don't have the answer to that right
Yeah.
now.
from that point of like, you know, if someone just is like, I'm just gonna
It's
find it
transparent.
myself, or, you know, or like, oh, I forgot, but let me real quick look up what it is, like, if they're looking through their paper, like, oh crap, I had to opt out by today, but I haven't looked at the survey, they can just find it easily, you know? So, what do we think of that, like, the schedule at the beginning of the year, the existence of this policy, how to opt out, which I think is pretty much what we have here, and then it becomes the notification aspect of it is, at the beginning of the year, we tell them the reasonable time or when it is, and then within whatever you all think is a reasonable amount of time before the actual survey to send the second notification reminder, that gives the schools enough time to get the information from the parents who wanna opt their student out.
I would imagine, and this is just a rough estimate, about 30 days before the
Yeah.
implementation or the administration of the survey.
And then we probably should also say like, this is your deadline to opt out too, so that way they know,
Right,
like,
because you have to do your grouping and figure out where the kids are gonna go if there is
Yeah.
opt-out, so I get that, I think you need some time.
and then.
Well, that could be in the AR too, I mean, not all, we don't wanna put all this in policy.
Well, I mean,
In
it
case you
really,
wanna change it, then you have to go through, you can put those rules in there.
Yeah, I would just put the timeline of when the notifications would occur.
yeah,
The details.
and then we're gonna post the surveys somewhere on the website so parents can find them on their own.
If we're able to.
Right.
If
And I-
permissible, we have to check with
Permissible.
PSD.
Yes.
Yeah, they may not want those things out.
And I can find that out this
Might
week.
be a sample or something.
Right, exactly.
Okay, and you sure you guys, I know it's so late, but you sure you guys wanna go all the way down to sixth grade? Like, I don't know if we have a choice in that, but for the pay specifically,
Didn't they make some
I
changes?
sure,
I just wanna
but I guess if we're giving the
take a
opt-out,
step-
then it's their parents.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
take a step back though for a second.
Like,
Thinking about sixth grade and then thinking about the mental health seminar that we had earlier in the year. I mean, sixth grade, definitely, because of what happened at the beginning of the school year. I mean, I think that there's untreated issues that, this gives a better grasp on. And, you know, for my son to have lost a classmate in sixth grade due to suicide, I mean, I think that the days that when we went to school are completely different than the mental health struggles that these kids have to deal with today. And to be able to get a better grasp on it, I mean, to me, I feel like we're not doing our due diligence to protect these kids if we're not exploring all avenues to keep them safe. So that is my personal feeling about going down to sixth grade. I mean, I think that there's substantial issues that these kids are dealing with that we never dealt with.
Well, I hear what you're saying, Jordan, in regard to that, but I think that's why we have the opt-out. Like, cause I do, especially with that sixth grader, you know, if you're a parent that you get that notification, and you feel like that's not right, then it's your right to be like, I don't want my child to do it, so.
Yeah, we probably will see more sixth graders opted out for that reason.
And I feel like not, can I move on with another point? I know it's
Mhm.
late, but because this old policy used to cover, controversial surveys that would also possibly be given not as a third party, like it could possibly be part of, classroom or things like that. So then if this is just gonna cover third party, what is the expectation or what do the teachers have to follow when they give a survey in their class? Like, what is the expectation for that then?
So I think that a teacher would obviously, so let's say Angelo Barrios is in my AP Psych class, he has a great idea, he wants to do a survey about trauma-informed cognitive behavioral therapy. And that's gonna be the focus of his survey for students to see what they know about it and what their beliefs, what their attitudes are about this particular survey. So the teacher, myself as the teacher, I would look at his or her survey to make sure the questions are appropriate for the class and stay on topic. I don't know if we want to bog down administrators in monitoring potential student surveys in an AP research or AP capstone or AP psychology or AP statistics class. I think we do have to have a level of trust in the teachers to vet those things. And the kids aren't just gonna be handing out surveys in the hallways or in the classrooms. That's a classroom exercise. So the teacher would have to do their due diligence to actually read the survey.
So
And
do you
then-
think, so are we assuming that that's taking place, or is that somewhere that we have to put that somewhere if students are gonna, and then also the flip side, maybe it's not a student-generated survey, maybe it's a survey or a poll that a teacher would wanna give in their class, like, do we need expectations for that, just so that it's clear and concise? You know, if we're not putting it on a policy, what,
Yeah, I mean, it would be inappropriate for a teacher to initiate a survey. Now, there's teachers that have questionnaires to get to know kids, and there's a little bit of a
Right.
difference, because a survey would be for research purposes, a questionnaire. So I think part of the conversation with principals at those opening meetings with teachers at the start of the school year would be to address teacher and student surveys and talk about what that should look like in a classroom. And I don't think we have to make a big deal out of it,
Right.
but I think it is worth a conversation on the off chance that you may have a teacher. I'm less focused on kids, because I think the teachers can monitor that and create a mechanism within the classroom. And I think it is appropriate to have kids develop surveys at this level, at the high school level anyway, to develop surveys that a teacher can review. But I think there should be conversation amongst the buildings and a building principal to lead that conversation with their staff on what will be an appropriate, not survey, but questionnaire for staff members. Which I would imagine would only be to get to know kids, not they're doing their own research, because again, that would be inappropriate.
Well, and if a teacher would, for some reason, want to do research for like their class or something they're taking,
That
that would
has to
have to
go through,
be
yeah.
admin and
There's a whole
approved
process
anyway,
for-
yeah. Okay.
that would have to go through, you know, the person's, whatever university they're attending. I'm sorry, folks, from Peter, yeah. So, but hold on, to answer your question, no,
Yeah.
if they, as long as it went through IRB, where there's strict guidelines, as you know, on doing, research on human subjects, and then those folks would contact us, we would vet the study and issue that to teachers.
Well, along those lines, and this is first read, so I think if we update it with some things we talked around,
Sure.
the notifications, et cetera, if there's, you know, examples that you can think of that Ernest didn't cover, send them out, and we can figure out if we need to like address them in policy or what. And then we'll go to second read, and if there's another discussion that we think of something else, and then we'll just follow the process and we'll go back to first again. So you would, I think we have enough to get the updates around notifications, which I think was honestly the most confusing part anyway, of like, how are we doing this? And then if it's a matter of, are there other types of surveys that we feel we need to add, we can go from there. Does anyone have any further comments on surveys before we close this one? Because I'm crashing too. Alright, so that.
Okay. Next, I'll go to the first read for sabbatical leave, which is 338, yeah. Perfect, thank you. The changes to this particular policy are relatively minor but important, and I would think essential. If you look at authority and that second part down, we really, our effort was to define, outside of sabbatical leave for restoration of health, to define something other than for other purposes, because that means anything and everything goes.
That's wide open.
So we wanted to eliminate that. Angelo and the cabinet discussed it, and focus on what educators really should be doing to have a sabbatical leave approved. And it really should be connected to either an issue with their health, which obviously we wouldn't want to see anyone in that situation, or professional development, which has the express purpose of either promoting what kids do in the classroom and or helping a teacher hone their skills within their craft. So this was,
So is this covered at all under the collective bargaining agreement, or they just said they're entitled to sabbaticals?
right, because the policy allowed it.
Yeah, I understand, but there's no,
No, there's language in a collective bargaining
that doesn't,
agreement.
or we're not violating that by saying it?
No.
Like, they can't take it for any reason?
Correct.
Okay.
So in other words, you really can't change it.
Well, no, because
It says
if it
free to
references this policy, it can, but if.
Right,
So we're
that's
not
why we
violating.
have to make a
Okay.
change to the policy, or, as of today, anything goes. And
Has
we
it been a
wanna-
problem?
I mean, I've only been here for a year, so I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I'm just not sure why you're changing it, but I guess.
How,
Well,
why is this one up? Why is this one on, why, is this one just brought up because there's updated stuff that?
Yeah, this is something that we looked at as an administration
Okay.
and talked about.
Okay.
Again, our focus here really is how do we best support kids and how do we best support teachers in terms of their, professional goals and their educational goals. So this really speaks to that. So we wanted to codify that through this policy to make sure, again, we stop the idea that anything goes and we really focused on professional development that will help kids as well as staff.
No, I appreciate that. Do you, and maybe I'm just using this because I have never taken one, but you can put in for sabbatical, but doesn't the super they have, they can deny it because there could be like a bunch of people that want to put in for it and you can't just have everybody out, or
Yeah.
maybe.
And that's addressed actually.
A certain percentage of staff and
If you look at eligibility, it talks about the percentage of staff at the same time that can take a sabbatical leave. And I think it's 10%,
Yeah, it is.
not to exceed 10%. So there is a point at which the district will stop. So the language under eligibility didn't change. 10 years of service in public schools and at least 5 within this school district. Yeah, makes sense.
I have one concern.
Yes, sir.
Second paragraph.
Second paragraph.
Of the
For
whole
the
thing?
purpose of restoration of health. Where in the private sector have I ever seen a sabbatical? I need to take a sabbatical because I have health. You take off, you don't get a sabbatical, you don't get paid.
I think this is in the PA school code.
That's right.
I don't think
Because you
we're
have sick
gonna touch that one.
Yeah,
You
that
don't
one.
get sick leave if you're sick.
Sick.
But restoration of health, what's the difference? Mental sickness?
Yeah, like.
You do need
like
medical
your child just died or
documentation.
something
Right,
like
further
that,
down
you
the
know, like,
list.
I
Yeah.
guess like 2 months off and just.
And I agree, I don't disagree with that, but I'm looking at a sabbatical as an educational opportunity to enhance your life, to be able to give back to your students.
But maybe they need this,
They need it for restoration of their health.
But they do, to
Well,
earn
then
it,
they shouldn't be teaching.
but you need a physician's statement also, so it's not like you
I'm
can just say,
sorry,
I
I
can't
have
teach.
to, private sector just, no, I'm, let me ask you a question.
But this is.
Yeah, this is not the private sector, this is public education,
But
and
at the
it's in
same time,
state
if you
government.
aren't, if you don't feel like well enough, that is actually not a terrible point to say.
In corporate America, you can ask for up to 6 months unpaid leave off, and your job is still
But they're
guaranteed.
You made a point, unpaid
They get 50%.
sabbatical is a paid.
50%.
50%.
Yes.
Is it still paid?
Yeah.
Again,
It's a nice benefit, it's a
It's
very
just my
nice benefit.
perspective, I look at it.
I'll tell you that in my travels, I'm only aware of one health sabbatical in my travels. That was it two. In 24, 25 years of public education, I'm only aware of 2 health sabbaticals.
I just
So it's
brought
not,
up,
it's infrequent,
Yeah.
and the one in particular was completely justified, and I wouldn't share it publicly with you, but I think if I told you privately what the reason for it, you'd be in agreement.
just an observation.
Yeah, it was a very serious case.
Think about it, we literally worked.
I also wanna point out,
35 years, if someone was to take 3 months off, you would just be like, I need a break.
I think it's late for Mr. Cormack, but I wanna point out, under documentation, right, it's late for all of us.
Let's look around it.
Applicants for professional development, sabbatical leave, it talks about an application form. It's also, we also created an administrative regulation connected to this that ties directly into the language here, just to, again, further codify it for professional staff, so there's no ambiguity to it. And again, that's what's highlighted in green. No changes to the commitment of the employee or to the commitment of the employer. And that final piece that will make Mr. Cormack angry is compensation. Again, no changes to that particular part of the policy either. Any comments, questions, concerns?
No?
All right, thank you.
If we have no further comment, then we are done. Next policy committee is April 7th.